Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. It started at a quiet highway diner and ended with someone knocking on my stairwell door, whispering my address back to me. That is not a line from a movie. That is exactly how the person who sent in tonight's story chose to describe what happened to them. They were working a late shift at a little diner off Route 22. The kind you drive past 1,000 times without ever going in. Neon sign buzzing, coffee burning on the warmer, truckers half asleep in corner booths. Nothing special. Nothing you would remember. The mistake was small. A bit of friendly small talk with a customer who seemed a little too interested. Where do you live? Do you live alone? How far is your drive home? Harmless questions, until you realize someone is not just talking to you. They are building a map in their head. By the time this story is over, you will understand exactly what that means. So, wherever you are listening to this right now, on a late drive, in your kitchen with the fridge humming, or lying in bed with the hallway light off, notice how many strangers know roughly where you live. The barista, the cashier, the person you overshared with at work. Because for the person in this story, one vague description of a street and a floor number was all it took. For a stranger from a quiet midnight diner to find the dark stairwell outside their door and whisper their address back to them through the wood. I am writing this in my kitchen, in a city where nobody is supposed to know my name. The laptop is the only real light on. The overhead fixture is off, the hallway is dark, and the glow from the screen throws this thin, sickly blue over my hands, across the laminate table, and onto the sink full of dishes I promised myself I would wash yesterday. The clock on the oven says 12:23 a.m. The numbers look too bright in the dark, like they are watching me count down. Behind me, the fridge is humming in that low, steady way fridges do when you never notice them. The AC kicks on for a few seconds, sighs cool air into the room, then clicks off. Every now and then, a car passes outside, and the sound rises and fades like a wave. It is the soundtrack of a normal night. Safe, boring, predictable. That is the problem. My email draft is open on the screen, cursor blinking over the words, "Share your true horror story." It is one of those submission forms for a channel that reads people's stories out loud over creepy music. I have listened to hundreds of them. I never planned on being one of the voices behind the stories. I think most people who end up here would say the same thing. There is a little box asking for my name. I leave it blank. Another box asks what I am looking for: advice, support, closure. I hover the mouse over advice for a second, then I move it away. I am not looking for sympathy. I am not even sure I want help. I think if someone tried to give me a list of things I should do, it would just make me feel smaller and more stupid than I already do. I am sending this because there is nowhere else for it to go. It has been rotting in the back of my head for too long. And if I do not put it somewhere, anywhere, it is going to keep leaking into every corner of my life. So I am putting it here, in your inbox, where strangers who like to be scared can decide if this is entertaining or fake, or something that could absolutely happen. The funny part is that the worst thing that ever happened to me did not involve blood or knives or screaming. Those things are easy to point at, easy to prove. The scariest part was realizing, way too late, that someone had quietly drawn a complete map of my life while I thought we were just making small talk. That sounds dramatic when I type it out, but I do not know how else to explain it. I do not mean a map on paper with little red X marks. I mean the kind of map a hunter keeps in their head. The routes you take home, the doors you lock, and the doors you forget about. The nights your building is actually empty, no matter what the leases say. The spots in a parking lot where a car can sit and never really be noticed. The more of this I write, the more I want to backspace all of it and tell you it is nothing. Just a weird week. Just a scare. That is what my friends say, the few who know the sanitized version. You got freaked out? You moved. You're safe now. It is over. It is not over. It just got quiet. I sit for a second and listen. Fridge, AC, distant cars, the little buzz from the cheap lamp in the corner. My fingers rest on the keys. If any of those sounds stopped all at once, if everything went perfectly still the way it did that night, I do not know if I would keep typing or close the laptop and pretend none of this ever happened. I look back at the empty subject line and try to decide what you would even call this. A stalker story, a home invasion story, a diner story. None of those fit right. The phrase that keeps coming into my head is one I did not write. A sentence someone else left for me in thick black marker on the inside of a door. Thanks for the map. I am guessing that, if this ever gets read out loud, you will hear that and think it is just a creepy line I made up. I wish it was. I wish I had invented it, because then I could change how it ended. I did not. Those words were waiting for me on the other side of a move, after police reports and security footage, and a lot of people telling me it was unlikely he would ever bother with me again. They were waiting on a door that was supposed to belong to my past, not my present. And by the time I saw them, it was already too late to pretend I had imagined any of it. I keep catching myself starting from the wrong place. The stairwell. The pounding at 1 a.m. The girl on my porch, crying and begging to come in. The coffee pots, the neon sign over the diner, the way he said my street name back to me like he was tasting it. But if I start with those moments, it sounds like a movie. It sounds like a story you could safely switch off when the upload ends and go back to your life, thinking wild, but that would never happen to me. So I am starting here in this small kitchen with the sink and the humming fridge and the clock that just turned to 12:24 a.m. because this is the only part that still feels almost normal. I want you to understand what a normal night sounds like, how ordinary it is, how harmless, how boring. I want you to hear your own house in this description, your own appliances, your own street. Because when it changed for me, it did not come with dramatic music or breaking glass or a masked face at the window. It came in a thin slice of silence between one hum and the next, when everything in my world exhaled at the same time and left me alone long enough to hear someone else breathing on the other side of a door. I have told this story before, in pieces. I told it to 2 police officers standing in my old living room, their radios hissing quietly while they wrote things down and nodded in the right places. I told it to my landlord, who cared just enough to repaint over the marker on the door and charge me a fee for breaking my lease early. I told it to my sister over cheap wine on her couch, both of us laughing too loudly at the wrong parts, because the alternative was sitting in silence thinking about what could have happened. In every version, there was a line I did not cross, a detail I did not give, an ending I polished to make it sound more finished, more distant, more, and then it was over. I never said anything about the receipt at the grocery store. I never mentioned the notification on my phone that should not have existed. I never repeated the exact words that were written on the door, not out loud. And I definitely never admitted the thing that scares me most, that some of what happened was my fault, that I made it easier, that I handed over pieces of the map with a smile because I thought I was just being polite. That is why I am here instead, writing to strangers who like to be uncomfortable. You do not know me. You cannot look at me differently. You can judge me from a distance, in the dark, through headphones, and I will never have to see your face. I am going to tell you all of it this time. Not the cleaned up version. Not the one that makes me look smart and cautious and unlucky. The real one, where I was tired and careless and lonely. The one where I answered questions I should not have answered, opened doors I should have kept locked, and convinced myself I was overreacting until someone knocked from the wrong side of the house and said my address back to me through the wood. If you are still reading, if this actually makes it into a video, and you are hearing it instead of seeing it, then somewhere out there, you are probably in a room that sounds a lot like mine does right now. A fridge humming, an AC cycling on and off, distant traffic, a clock. Listen to those sounds. Remember them. Because by the time I am done, you might start to notice the moments when they all stop at once. And you might wonder, like I do, who else is listening in that 1 second of quiet? Before any of this turned into a story worth sending to a horror channel, my life was painfully ordinary. I worked at a little box of a diner off Route 22 in western Pennsylvania. If you have ever driven that stretch at night, you have probably seen a place just like it. Low, one-story building. White siding gone gray with age. Big block letters that just say Diner in red neon. No clever name. No branding. Just a promise of coffee and something greasy at almost any hour. The parking lot was more pothole than pavement. On a rainy night, it turned into a patchwork of black water, thin reflections of the neon sign shivering when trucks rolled past on the highway. In the daytime, it looked sad. At night, under that buzzing red glow, it felt almost cozy, like a little island cut off from the rest of the world. My shift was usually 6 p.m. to close. On weeknights, that meant midnight. Fridays and Saturdays, we stayed open until 2 a.m. because someone, somewhere, had decided there was money to be made off drunk college kids and exhausted truckers pushing their hours. Personally, I did not care about the money. I liked the quiet window between midnight and closing, when the rush died out, and the diner felt more like a waiting room between one day and the next. The inside was exactly what you are picturing. Vinyl booths in faded red, some with duct tape patches on the seats. Laminated menus that stuck a little when you picked them up. A long counter with swivel stools and a view straight into the kitchen through a metal pass-through, where plates would slide onto a ledge under a heat lamp, and a little silver bell would ring whenever an order was ready. Everything smelled like something else. Old oil, fresh oil, burnt coffee, powdered creamer, fake vanilla from the pre-made pies in the display case. My uniform always came home, carrying all of it like a cloud. No amount of laundry detergent ever made it completely go away. By 7 or 8 p.m., the place would be loud and bright, jukebox cycling through classic rock and old country, kids banging forks on plates, people laughing too loudly over nothing important. The air would shimmer a little from the heat coming off the grill and the fryers. The cook, Gary, would be swearing under his breath as he flipped patties and dropped baskets of frozen fries into crackling oil. Gary was in his 50s, with a permanent frown carved into his forehead and a cigarette voice, even though he was not allowed to smoke inside. He liked to pretend he was meaner than he was. He would grumble when I brought back complicated orders, or when someone asked for extra well-done bacon at 1 in the morning. But half an hour later, he would quietly slide a plate of fries onto the counter for me with a shrug. "Eat 'em," he would say. "You get stupid when you're hungry." There was always at least one regular perched at the counter, nursing a bottomless mug of black coffee, like it was the only thing keeping them alive. There was an older man named Frank, who came almost every night, always in the same flannel jacket no matter the weather. He spoke in fragments. "Evening, Em. Storm comin'. Refill?" He knew all our names, and we knew his order before he sat down. Then there was the older couple, Bill and Joyce, who split one slice of apple pie and drank decaf. They were the kind of people you could hear long before you saw them, laughing at each other's terrible jokes, fighting over who got the last bite of crust. They were a fixture on Thursday nights. When they skipped a week, we all noticed. It was noisy and warm and a little sticky around the edges, like every small diner I've ever worked in or eaten at. And under all of that, there was this layer of constant background sound that my brain just filed under normal. The metal bell dinging when Gary slapped an order onto the pass-through. The clatter of dishes being stacked in plastic tubs. The low whir of the milkshake machine when some kid wanted a chocolate shake at 11:45. The jukebox humming even when it was not playing. The compressor of the big walk-in fridge in the back, kicking on and off with a low, throbbing buzz. You do not realize how much those sounds stitch your world together until they stop. Every now and then, usually late, after the dinner rush and before the bar crowd, there would be these strange, heavy seconds where everything mechanical in the diner went quiet at once. The fan over the grill would wind down. The fridge would pause between cycles. The jukebox would sit still, waiting for someone to feed it quarters. Even the HVAC seemed to hold its breath. If you have never experienced that in a place that is never meant to be silent, it is hard to explain. It felt like the building had been unplugged from the world. The only noises left were small and human. The slap of shoes on tile, the rattle of ice in a glass, the softer sound of someone clearing their throat. My own voice would sound wrong in that space, too loud, like I was intruding. I used to joke to Gary that it was the diner resetting. Just the grid being weird, he would say, without really looking up. Enjoy it. It never lasts. He was right. After a second or two, the fridge would groan back to life. The fans would start spinning again, and the hum would rise up and swallow the silence whole. Business as usual. Orders up, plates out, coffee refills. Another hour and a half until I could lock the doors, wipe down the last table, and step outside into the thinner, colder quiet of the parking lot. For a long time, those rhythms made me feel safe. The late shift stripped the world down to three things: the diner, the lot, and the slice of highway in front of us. The rest of the town might as well have been asleep on another planet. Whatever drama or noise or chaos was happening somewhere else, it did not touch us. We had coffee, light, and locked doors. We had each other's faces memorized. Problems stayed out on Route 22, rushing past in streaks of white and red. I told myself that nothing truly bad could happen in a place like that without somebody noticing. It is a comforting lie a lot of people tell themselves, I think. There are witnesses here. There are cameras. There are other cars. You are not really alone. On my nights off, if I drove past on my way somewhere else, I would glance over and see the familiar glow in the windows, silhouettes moving behind the glass, and feel this weird, soft ache, like homesickness, but for a place that did not actually belong to me. The diner was just a job, but in a town where most of my friends had moved away, it was also my anchor. Looking back, that is what scares me. How easily normal wrapped itself around things I should have paid more attention to, like the first time I noticed the white SUV. It was one of those dead nights, sometime around 1 a.m. on a Saturday. The bar crowd had come and gone in a noisy wave of beer breath and fries, and now it was down to one trucker in a corner booth and a couple of to-go orders we had already bagged and stapled shut. The jukebox was off. The TV behind the counter was playing a muted rerun of some sitcom nobody was watching. Gary was in the back, pretending to clean the grill and actually scrolling through his phone. I had just finished wiping down the last of the tables and logged my tips in the little notebook I kept in my apron pocket. The clock over the register said 1:07 a.m., 23 minutes until closing. I stepped out the front door with a bag of trash in one hand and my jacket half on. The air outside hit me like a slap, cold and damp, smelling faintly of wet asphalt and exhaust. The red neon sign buzzed above my head, casting everything in a tired, bloody glow. The lot was mostly empty. My car was parked in its usual spot near the door. There was a pickup truck closer to the highway, engine off, driver probably asleep inside. And at the far edge of the gravel, just before the lot blurred into the darkness of the field beyond, there was an older white SUV. It was angled slightly away from the diner, nose pointing toward the road. No headlights, no interior light. Just a shape, pale under the street lamp, windows dark. For a second, I thought I saw movement in the driver's seat, some small shift of shadow. But when I squinted, all I could see was my own breath clouding in front of my face. I dumped the trash in the bin by the back door and stood there for a moment, listening. The highway sounded farther away than usual. No music, no voices, just the faint tick of cooling metal from the cars parked nearby. I told myself it was nothing. People pulled off the road to sleep all the time. I had seen cars sit in that lot for hours without anyone coming inside. It was none of my business who was in there or what they were doing. I was tired, it was late, and staring at some stranger's vehicle was a good way to freak myself out over nothing. So I went back inside. I locked the door behind me. I let the neon glow fade to a dull red smear on the glass and went back to wiping the coffee machine. Later, much later, when I was replaying everything in my head, with the kind of detail you only gain in hindsight, I would realize two things. One, the white SUV was in almost the exact same spot, at almost the exact same angle, on more than one night. Two, the first time I saw it, I did not even bother to look at the license plate. The diner was where my nights happened. The house on Maple was where they echoed. If you had driven past it during the day, you would not have looked twice. It sat on the corner of Maple and Fifth, squeezed in between a sagging duplex and a narrow brick house that had been converted into some kind of law office. 3 floors, old wood siding painted a tired, off-white, dark green trim around the windows, like somebody, years ago, had tried to make it look nice and then given up. On paper, it was a 3-unit building, 3 separate apartments stacked on top of each other, each with its own mailbox, lease, and set of keys. That sounds safe, right? Lots of neighbors, lots of potential witnesses, the kind of place where, if something was wrong, someone would hear. Reality was different. The front door faced Maple. It was an old wooden thing with a glass panel in the upper half, warped just enough that you had to lean your shoulder into it to get it to latch in winter. That door opened straight into my apartment on the first floor. A small living room, little kitchen off to the right, short hallway leading back to a bedroom and bathroom. It was the selling point when I first toured the place. No shared entry. No need to stumble through a creepy hallway after a late shift. Just step up onto the porch, unlock one door, and you are home. What the listing did not show was the side entrance. Around the corner on 5th, set back slightly from the sidewalk, there was a second door. Narrower, metal instead of wood, with a buzzer panel that had not worked in at least a decade. That door was for tenants only. Behind it was a stairwell that ran the entire height of the house. One door on the right for the basement, then landings with doors into each apartment. First floor, mine. Second floor, third floor. One shared spine running behind the walls. The first time I stepped into that stairwell, when the landlord was showing me the place, I remember thinking it smelled like wet cardboard and somebody else's cooking. The walls were painted a color that might once have been white, but had settled into a yellowish gray. The carpet on the stairs was thin and frayed, with darker tracks worn into the middle from years of footsteps. The handrail wobbled if you leaned on it too hard. Sturdy place, the landlord said, like he could hear my thoughts, thumping the heel of his hand against the wall. Real wood, none of that cheap new stuff. The doors to each apartment off the stairwell had deadbolts and chain locks. He made a point of jingling the keys, showing me how the locks worked, insisting the building was very secure. What he did not mention was that the main stairwell door, the one from my hallway into that shared space, never seemed to sit quite right in its frame. The latch caught, but there was a little give if you pushed. Nothing dramatic, just the sense that the barrier between my world and the hollow shaft of the building was thinner than it should have been. At first, it did not bother me. My neighbors existed more as concepts than as people. According to the lease, the top floor apartment was rented by a nurse who worked nights at the hospital. I met her exactly twice. Once, when we bumped into each other at the mailboxes, her scrub smelling like antiseptic and hand soap, and once when she knocked on my door to ask if I had heard a weird noise in the pipes the night before. She was almost never home when I was. The downstairs unit belonged to a couple who, as far as I could tell, worked out of town. Their car would appear in the driveway for a weekend, then vanish again for a week or more. Sometimes I heard muffled music through the floor on a Sunday afternoon. Then nothing. No footsteps, no arguments, no late-night TV, just gaps. On the paperwork, the house was full. In practice, it might as well have been mostly empty. That suited me just fine. After dealing with strangers' moods and orders all evening at the diner, the idea of coming back to a quiet, nearly hollow building felt like a relief. The normal sounds of the place became part of my nighttime routine. The heater in my unit would click when it kicked on, followed by the gentle rush of air through the vent above the couch. The pipes in the walls would make these occasional clanks and groans as hot water traveled up and down. Out on Maple, cars rolled past in uneven waves. Someone speeding through the yellow light at the corner. A truck downshifting. The occasional distant siren from somewhere deeper in town. If I sat on my couch with the TV off, I could track the neighborhood just by listening. The high school kids walking home too late on a Friday night, talking too loudly. The thump of a bass line from a car that idled at the stop sign for too long. The soft jangle of a dog's collar from the house next door when the owners let it out into their postage stamp yard. All of that blended into a comforting backdrop. A reminder that I was alone in my apartment, but not alone in the world. The stairwell had its own soundscape. The doors made a distinct noise when they opened and closed, each one a slightly different pitch of wood and metal. The stairs creaked in certain spots, always the same. If someone came in the side entrance and climbed to the third floor, I could hear the pattern from my couch. Door, shoes on carpet, creak on the second and sixth steps, door again overhead. It was like a code you learned without meaning to. Most nights, there was nothing. No doors, no steps, just the silent column of air behind the wall. One night, a few months after I moved in, I was lying on the couch half asleep, with some show, playing quietly on my laptop. It was one of my days off from the diner, and I had stayed up too late for no good reason. When I finally checked the time, it was just after 3 a.m. The apartment was dim, lit only by the blue flicker of the screen, and a glow from the street outside leaking around the edges of the curtains. I remember shifting under the blanket, reaching out to close the laptop, and then freezing. There it was, the unmistakable sound of a footstep in the stairwell. Not the light, quick tread of the nurse hurrying up to the third floor before a shift. Not the heavy double thud of the downstairs couple dragging luggage. This was slow. One step, then a long pause, then another step. Each one pushed a low creak out of the old wood, like the house was complaining. My first thought was that my brain was playing tricks on me with the TV audio, but I muted it and the sound was still there, clearer now in the quiet. A third step, settling weight. A whisper of fabric brushing the wall. Whoever it was, they were not moving like someone trying to get to their apartment. They were moving like someone counting each stair, feeling them out. I stared at the hallway, where the door to the stairwell sat closed. The light on my side was off, but I could see the faint outline of the frame against the darker wall. I tried to remember if I had locked the deadbolt when I came in that night. I usually did, but usually is a slippery thing when it is 3 a.m. and you are suddenly aware of how thin your doors really are. I sat up, listening so hard my ears hurt. Another step, closer now. The sound of weight shifting on the landing just outside my door. I could almost picture someone standing there, inches away, separated from me by a layer of painted wood and a brass lock. My heart was pounding so loudly that it felt like another sound in the room. The rational part of my brain supplied explanations. The nurse got called in late. The couple downstairs came back at a weird hour. Or maybe the landlord was checking something. People were allowed to use the stairs. That is what they were for. But there is a difference between what you can explain on paper and what your body believes in the moment. Every tiny hair on my arms was standing up. Finally, I forced myself to move. I got off the couch, crossed the living room on bare feet, and stepped into the hallway. The heater clicked once as it shut off, leaving the air suddenly still. The door to the stairwell loomed ahead, plain and beige and completely ordinary. I wrapped my hand around the knob, took a breath, and turned it, popping the lock and pulling the door open in one quick motion, like ripping off a bandage. The stairwell beyond was dark. The only light came from a weak bulb over the third-floor landing, throwing a cone of yellow onto the upper steps and leaving the lower ones in shadow. The air smelled damp and slightly colder, carrying a faint trace of someone's cooking from earlier in the day. Onions, maybe, or garlic, overlaid with that dull, chalky scent of old plaster. No footsteps, no voices, no doors closing above or below. The sound I thought I had heard was gone, if it had ever been there at all. I stood there for a moment, bare toes curling into the worn carpet on the top stair, listening to the emptiness. It got into my head in a way I did not like. It felt like walking into a room where you are sure you left someone a second ago, only to find faint warmth where they had been and nothing else. Eventually, I closed the door. I twisted the deadbolt until I heard the solid click, then checked it again, palm flat against the wood, as if I could feel the security through my skin. Probably just the upstairs neighbor, I told myself as I went back to the couch. You're jumpy. You watch too much of this horror crap. I turned the volume on my laptop up a little louder than before and tried to let the voices from the show drown out the echo of those slow, careful steps. That was the first time I noticed the stairwell making noises at an hour when it should have been silent. But it was not the last time the building made me doubt my own memory. Every so often after that, I would walk past the door to the stairwell on my way to bed and find the deadbolt in the open position, even though I was sure, absolutely sure, I had locked it earlier. I would frown, lock it again, and move on. I checked my front door, always locked. My windows, always latched. Nothing ever seemed touched or moved out of place inside the apartment itself. It was easy to shrug it off. Maybe I had just been distracted. Maybe I had only thought I locked it and never actually did. You do not want to believe that something as simple as a slightly loose lock could mean anything more than that. So I stopped thinking about it. I told myself that as long as nothing was missing, as long as no one was standing in my living room when I came home, it did not matter. Later, when everything finally broke open and I had nothing but time to replay every tiny choice I made, those unlocked moments in the stairwell door were the ones that bothered me the most. Because looking back, they were not random. They were the first signs that someone else might have started walking my map long before I knew it existed. The night that changed everything started out so ordinary that if you had asked me then, I would have sworn I would never remember it. It was a Thursday at the end of October, the kind of cold, dry night where the air feels thinner than usual, and every time you step outside, your breath comes out in little pale ghosts under the streetlights. The trees along Route 22 were half bare, leaves piled in dark clumps at the edges of the lot, pushed there by wind and tires and neglect. My shift had started at 6 like always. From 7 to 10 we got the usual dinner rush, families trying to avoid cooking, a handful of regulars at the counter, a group of teenagers taking up an entire booth and leaving a mountain of crumpled napkins in their wake. The jukebox chattered through its usual playlist: Tom Petty, Fleetwood Mac, the same two country songs that made Gary roll his eyes every time. By 10:30, the noise had burned itself out. The last family herded their kids out the door. The teenagers vanished into the parking lot with their phones lighting their faces, and the air inside the diner shifted. It always did around that time, like the room exhaled with everyone else. The smell of grease and coffee didn't change, but the weight of the place did. After 11, it was like being in a different building. We did what we always did, reset the stage, basically, so the morning crew would not complain. I wiped down the ketchup bottles and lined them up in neat little triangles at the ends of each table. I refilled the napkin dispensers, stacked clean mugs on the coffee station, made a fresh pot of decaf we both knew no one would order. Gary scraped the grill, the hiss of water on hot metal sounding weirdly loud now that the voices were gone. The fryers drained. The radio in the back was turned down to a faint, tinny murmur. We shut the jukebox off around 11. That was non-negotiable. Once it went quiet, the only music left was the soft click of the clock in the kitchen and the occasional scrape of chair legs as we straightened booths. It is hard to explain that particular kind of quiet if you've never worked in a place that's more used to being loud. There's this echo of what was there before, like the room is remembering the noise even after it stops. The fluorescent lights hum. The neon sign outside buzzes. Somewhere in the back, the big fridge kicks on and off, the compressor grumbling. All of it makes this low, constant backdrop that your brain smooths over until it feels like silence, even though it isn't. That night, around 11:20, we had a couple at the counter, Bill and Joyce, with their shared slice of pie, and an older guy in a corner booth finishing a club sandwich like it offended him personally. That was it. By 11:30, Bill and Joyce had paid their tab and shuffled out into the cold. Joyce complaining about her knees, and Bill insisting he was fine to drive, even though he always drank exactly one beer and no more. I watched them through the window as they crossed the lot, tiny figures under the red glow of the sign. Their car pulled out, turned toward town, and disappeared. The corner booth guy left not long after that, leaving his plate almost spotless, and a tip that suggested he either hated us or did not understand how tipping worked. I did a quick lap with the rag, clearing crumbs into my hand and dropping them into my apron pocket, more out of habit than need. By 11:40, the diner felt like a stage after a show. Everything was too clean, too still. The booths were empty and pushed in, ketchup and mustard bottles sitting at perfect right angles on tables that gleamed faintly under the lights. The counter was a smooth, uninterrupted line, stools tucked back in, no coats on hooks, no bags slung over chair backs. Just me and Gary and the ticking clock. I checked the time on my phone and fought the familiar wave of impatience. 20 minutes until we could shut the doors. 20 minutes between me and my couch, my shower, my bed. When you have been on your feet for hours, 20 minutes feels like an insult. Slow one, Gary said from the pass-through, wiping his hands on a towel that had seen better days. Yeah, I said, stacking menus. You complaining? He snorted. Ask me when it's 2 a.m. and the bar dumps a whole football team in here. The bell over the grill clinked as he set it aside. He started breaking down the station. The way he moved told me he had already decided we would not be cooking anything complicated after this. If someone walked in at 11:55 asking for something that required more than a microwave, he would curse them in 3 languages under his breath. I hated those customers too, if I'm honest. The ones who would slide in 5 minutes before closing and act surprised when you told them the kitchen was technically shutting down. People like that treated the neon open sign like an invitation to test how far they could push you. I was already starting to clean like we had no one left. That was the unspoken agreement on nights like this. If someone came in, we would deal with it. But until then, we acted like the place was ours. I grabbed a bus tub and started clearing the closer booths, stacking plates, tucking used silverware into a plastic cup, and wiping rings of dried soda from the laminate. The rag in my hand smelled like bleach and lemon, a sharp, clean sting in my nose that almost hid the heavier scent of fryer oil that lived in the walls. As I moved down the row of windows, I could see just enough of the parking lot in the reflection to know it was mostly empty. My car sat in its usual spot, closer to the door. There was an old sedan I recognized from earlier, probably the last customer's. Beyond that, just darkness and the faint orange wash of the highway lights. On my way back to the counter, I cut behind the last row of booths and glanced out through the glass without really thinking about it. That was when I saw the white SUV. Same general shape. Same dull, older model white paint. Parked at the far edge of the lot, where the gravel thinned out and weeds started to poke through. Its nose was pointing toward the highway, angled just enough away from the building that I could not see the plates from where I stood. No headlights, no interior light. If there was someone inside, they were sitting very still. A little pinch tightened in my chest, more curiosity than fear. I told myself it had to be the same car I'd seen that other night. Older white SUVs are not a rare breed, but the position was familiar. The way it hugged the boundary between our lot and whatever came after. It sat just outside the circle of light from the diner, just outside the stretch our sad security cameras could see clearly. I shifted my weight slightly, squinting, but the glass only gave me a vague, milky reflection of my own face and the red glow from the sign behind me. From the inside, it always felt like the world beyond the windows was further away than it really was. Probably a trucker sleeping, I muttered under my breath, more to myself than anyone else. Or someone on a call. People did that all the time. Pull off the highway, park somewhere with a bathroom and lights and the illusion of safety. Sit in their car, scrolling through their phone, talking to whoever was waiting at the other end of wherever they were going. I had seen enough of them in my time at the diner that my brain filed this one under the same category. Still, as I turned away, stacking the menus on the counter and straightening a sugar caddy that did not really need straightening, I caught myself listening for sounds I knew I would not hear from inside. A car door opening, footsteps on gravel, the small mechanical whine of an engine turning over. Nothing. Just the tick of the kitchen clock, Gary humming tunelessly as he wrapped up leftover bacon, and the low electric buzz of the neon sign through the glass. I checked the time again, 11:42 p.m. 18 minutes, I thought. 18 minutes. And then I can lock the door, pretend the white SUV never existed, and go home. If I had known how many times I would replay those exact 18 minutes in my head, I might have paid more attention to that empty driver's seat. The bell over the door chimed at 11:44 p.m. I know that time now because I've checked it on the footage enough times to burn it into my brain. In the moment, it was just another little silver jingle, another gust of cold air curling across the floor and up my legs. I was behind the counter, rinsing out the coffee pots when it happened. The blast of October air slipped under the gap at the bottom of the door, smelling like wet pavement and leaves. The tile just inside the entrance was still a little slick from the last customer's shoes. Someone had tracked in the damp, and I had not gotten around to mopping it yet. "Welcome in," I called without looking up. The automatic greeting I had said so many times it barely registered as words anymore. "Sit wherever you like. Kitchen closes at midnight." I set the empty glass pot upside down on the rack, wiped my hands on my apron, and turned. That was the first time I saw them. The man came in first. Early 40s maybe, short, dark hair, cut neat but not stylish. A denim jacket that had seen a lot of miles, worn at the seams, collar turned up against the cold. Underneath it, he wore a gray button-down shirt, the kind you could buy in bulk at any big box store. His jeans were clean. His boots were not. His hands were what I noticed next. Not because they were threatening, just because they didn't quite match the rest of him. No grease under the nails, no visible scars, no dirt. Clean, but not soft. His nails were clipped short, the kind of short you keep them if you actually use your hands for something. There was a roughness to the skin across his knuckles, pale lines where they had split and healed before. He took a few steps inside and paused, letting his eyes sweep the room in a way that was just a shade too deliberate. Not the quick glance of someone checking for an open seat, but a slower, more measured scan. Door, counter, booths, kitchen window, back exit, like he was memorizing it. The girl came in half a second behind him, pulled along in his wake like a shadow trying to keep up. She looked mid-20s at most. Hoodie the color of wet cement, sleeves pulled down over her wrists, black leggings, cheap sneakers that squished faintly on the tile. Her hair was dark and tied back in a low, loose ponytail, strands escaping around her face. Her eyes, that was what caught me. They were red around the edges, not just from the cold, like she'd been crying earlier, or not sleeping, or both. She kept her gaze down, watching the floor, as if the act of lifting her head would cost her more than she had to spend. There was a little patch of silence after the bell stopped ringing. The diner felt bigger than it should have, with just the three of us, and the faint buzz of the neon seeping through the windows. "Just the two of you?" I asked, grabbing 2 menus from the stack without waiting for the answer. "Yeah," the man said. His voice was warm, almost friendly, the kind of tone you use when you want someone to like you right away. "Booth is good, if that's okay." "Wherever you want," I said, nodding toward the row by the windows. "We're all yours." They chose the booth second from the end, near the glass. He slid in on the aisle side, facing the rest of the diner, leaving the spot against the window for her. She sat down carefully, like she was trying not to take up any more space than necessary. As I set the menus in front of them, the man glanced at my chest. Under other circumstances, that would have been a red flag. Here, it was just my name tag. "Thanks, Emily," he said, smiling. There was something about the way he said my name that made me flinch on the inside. It wasn't the fact that he used it. Lots of customers did that. It was the way it rolled off his tongue. Too familiar. Too fast. As if he'd known it already and was just confirming he'd gotten it right. I smiled back anyway. You learn to do that, even when you don't want to. Kitchen closes at midnight, I reminded them. So, you've got about 15 minutes if you want anything cooked. Coffee and desserts I can do a little longer. He chuckled, a sound that didn't quite reach his eyes. We won't keep you long, he said. We're easy. The girl's fingers tightened on the laminated menu. Her eyes were still on the table. I gave them the standard spiel about daily specials, more out of habit than hope. He nodded, asked a couple of polite questions about the chili, made a joke about needing something to thaw him out from the drive. His words were fine. His tone was fine. It was the way he stared just a fraction of a second too long that set my teeth on edge. I'll give you a minute, I said. Flag me down when you're ready. I went back behind the counter, pretending to busy myself with refilling sugar packets while I watched them in the reflective metal of the coffee machine. He leaned in toward her, saying something I couldn't hear. She nodded once, lips pressed together, then flipped her menu open like she was following directions rather than actually choosing food. They did not talk like a couple, or at least not like any couple I'd gotten used to serving. The ones who bickered over prices, or shared bites off each other's plates, or argued about whether they had been here last Thursday or the Thursday before. There was no easy rhythm, no teasing. Just low words from him, and minimal responses from her. After a minute or two, he lifted his hand, 2 fingers raised slightly, the universal sign for, we're ready. I picked up my pad and pen and walked over, past the empty booths and the silent jukebox. Up close, the man smelled faintly of aftershave and something metallic, like cold coins. The girl smelled like rain and old sweat. The kind of faded body odor that clings when you've been wearing the same clothes too long. What can I get you? I asked, pen poised. He ordered a cheeseburger, fries, and coffee. Plain, no onions, extra pickles. I turned to her. And for you? She hesitated, glancing at him first. It was quick, but I caught it. Same, she said softly. I guess. 2 of the same? I clarified. He nodded before she could. 2 of the same, he confirmed. As I wrote it down, he tilted his head, studying me, like I was something more interesting than the menu. Does it usually get this dead on Thursdays? He asked. Small talk. Customers did it all the time. I slipped into the script I kept for these moments. Depends on the week, I said. Now that it's colder, yeah. People don't feel like leaving the house if they don't have to. You like that? He asked. The quiet? I shrugged. Polite smile in place. It's not bad, I said. Easier to clean up. Less yelling over the noise. I don't mind it. But it must get lonely, he said. All the way out here. Just you and the cook. He said it like a question and a statement at the same time. I felt myself bristle, just a little. Sometimes, I admitted. But it's a job. People come and go. Keeps the lights on. He nodded, like that answer told him something he'd been waiting to hear. You from around here? He asked. You sound local. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. My accent was neutral enough in my own ears that I never thought about it. Sort of, I said. Grew up about 20 minutes away. Ended up here. You know how it goes. You been here long? He pressed, eyes fixed on my face. A while, I replied, keeping it vague. Long enough to know all the regulars' orders. The girl shifted in her seat. Her eyes flicked up just for a second, landing on me, and then dropping back down to her hands. He kept going. You drive far to get home after a shift like this? He asked. Or are you close by? That was the kind of question that should have made me put up walls. If one of my friends had told me a stranger at their job had asked that, I would have told them to lie. To say they lived with 3 roommates and a big dog right next door. But it was late. I was tired. He had a calm, steady tone, the kind that slides in underneath your usual defenses. And he wasn't leering or slurring or being obviously creepy. If anything, he seemed curious, like he was trying to fill an awkward silence. I told myself it was harmless. I told myself I had handled worse. Not far, I said, shrugging. Like 10 minutes north, just off Maple. It's an old house they split into apartments. Kind of boring, honestly. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I felt a little twist of regret. It was vague, sure, but it was more than I usually gave. I tried to play it off, busying myself with the ticket. He repeated the street name under his breath, almost like he was tasting it. Maple, he said. Nice. He smiled again. It didn't reach his eyes this time either. I looked at the girl then, maybe hoping for some kind of normal, grounding human reaction. An eye roll, a smirk, anything to break the weird tension. Instead, I found her staring straight at me. Her eyes weren't dull now. They were sharp, locked onto mine with an intensity that made my stomach dip. There was something like alarm in them, or pity, or both, as if she had just watched me step into a hole I didn't see. For half a second, the look on her face plainly said, "You shouldn't have said that." Her mouth opened, like she might actually speak for the first time since they walked in. Then she shut it again, jaw tightening. Whatever she was going to say died there. "Order will be right up," I said, suddenly eager to be anywhere else. "Coffee in a minute." As I walked away, I could feel his gaze on my back. Not like a touch, but like a measuring tape, pulling tight around the edges of my life. At the time, I told myself it was just bad flirting. A lonely guy making conversation on a cold, slow night. Something I could laugh about later and roll my eyes over. I did not yet have the language for what it felt like to be scanned, to be filed away. I did not yet understand that a simple sentence, 10 minutes north, just off Maple, could be the first line drawn on a map I would never be able to erase. From behind the counter, they looked almost normal. I stood with my hip leaning against the coffee station, pretending to polish a stack of mugs while I watched them in the chrome reflection. The man talked. The girl sat and tried to disappear into herself. He gestured a lot with his hands when he spoke. Fingers carving little shapes in the air that never quite matched what his face was doing. Sometimes he smiled. Sometimes he didn't. But the words kept flowing either way. I couldn't hear what he was saying over the hum of the fridge and the clatter of Gary in the kitchen, but I could see his mouth moving steadily, see the way his shoulders stayed loose and relaxed. The girl's shoulders were not relaxed. She sat with her hands on the edge of the table, fingers curled around the laminate so tight the skin across her knuckles went pale. Her hoodie sleeves were half over her hands, and she kept rubbing her thumbs over the frayed fabric like she was trying to sand herself down. Every now and then, her eyes would flick to the front door. Not long. Just a quick glance, then back to the table, then to him, then to her hands. She looked like someone in a waiting room who'd realized they couldn't leave and couldn't ask how long it would be. Twice, I watched him say something that made her jaw clench. Not angry, exactly. More like resigned. Like whatever he'd told her was not a surprise, just another weight on top of all the others she was already carrying. I told myself it was none of my business. I told myself I didn't have the energy to care, not this late in my shift. Gary rang the little bell on the pass-through. "Order up," he called. "2 cheeseburgers, no onions, extra pickles." I grabbed the plates, balancing one on each hand, and walked them over. The fries were still crackling faintly in their grease, giving off that warm, salty smell that meant tips on better nights. "Here you go," I said, sliding the plates into place. 2 cheeseburgers, no onions, extra pickles. You guys need anything else? Ketchup? Extra napkins? "We're good," the man said. "Right, Meg?" It was the first time I heard him call her anything resembling a name. She nodded without looking up. I topped off his coffee and turned to go, already mentally moving on to wiping down the pie case, when his voice stopped me. "Hey, Emily." There was that familiarity again. My name, like a hook in the air. "Yeah?" I turned back, pen still in my hand, though I wasn't writing anything now. He was looking at me in that steady, unblinking way that made everything else feel a little farther away. "Do you live alone?" he asked. For a second, I thought I'd misheard him. The question dropped between us like a utensil clattering onto the floor, louder than it should have been, somehow more embarrassing because of it. Behind me, the fridge in the kitchen let out a low, throbbing hum. Somewhere near the back, the clock ticked. The little metal bell sat silent on the pass-through, its last ring still echoing in my bones. I hesitated, just long enough to notice that the girl had stopped breathing. Her hands, still on the edge of the table, flexed once, as if she was about to push herself up and then thought better of it. In that moment, it felt like a random, slightly rude question. People said worse things to me on a regular basis. Drunk guys asked if I had a boyfriend, if I wanted to hang out after my shift, if I'd ever dated a trucker. Compared to that, "Do you live alone?" barely registered on the creep radar. It registered more like a nosy neighbor question. Thoughtless, not dangerous. I told myself he was just awkward, that some people didn't know where the line was between friendly and too personal, that he was probably one of those lonely men who overshared with bartenders and waitresses because they had nowhere else to put their words. I told myself all of that in the space of a breath. "Yeah," I heard myself say, "I do." The answer slipped out of me easy, automatic, like he'd asked if I liked my job. "First floor apartment," I added, because I am an idiot. In one of those old houses, they split into 3 units. The other tenants are never home, so it's basically just me. Every detail was another little line drawn on that invisible map. I did not see that then. I just wanted to fill the silence, to smooth over the awkwardness of his question and get away from the table. His eyes warmed. That is the only way I can describe it. They didn't soften. They sharpened. Focused. "On Maple, right?" he said slowly. "You said that earlier." "Yeah," I said, heart speeding up for reasons I did not let myself examine. "Just off Maple." He rolled the word around on his tongue like he was savoring it. "Maple," he repeated. "Sounds nice." Behind us, the fridge in the kitchen buzzed a little louder. Or maybe everything else just got quieter. The air felt thicker. My pen suddenly felt heavy in my fingers. I wanted to be away from their booth, away from his gaze, away from the girl's wide, steady eyes. Because when I finally looked back at her, she was staring straight at me. It wasn't the same flat, exhausted stare she'd had when she walked in. There was life in it now, sharp and bright, Her eyebrows twitched up the smallest amount, and for a fraction of a second, I read the look on her face as clearly as if she'd spoken out loud. "You shouldn't have told him that." Her lips parted. I thought she was going to say something, maybe a quick "stop" or "don't" or "we should go." Instead, she closed her mouth again, jaw tightening, and dropped her eyes back to the table. Her fingers dug into the edge of the laminate, knuckles whitening. "Food looks great," the man said, as if nothing strange had happened at all. "Thank you, Emily." The sound of my name in his mouth made my skin crawl. "Let me know if you need anything," I said, stepping back. My voice sounded thin and far away in my own ears. I'll be right over there." I turned and walked away, trying not to hurry, trying not to show how much I suddenly wanted a layer of something, anything, between my back and their eyes. As I moved down the aisle between booths, the air felt wrong on the nape of my neck, too exposed. Goosebumps pricked along my arms under the uniform. Every part of me was sure they were both still looking at me, their gazes like weights pressed between my shoulder blades. I resisted the urge to reach back and touch the spot, to check if there was anything there. At the counter, I busied myself with nonsense. I wiped down an already clean stretch of Formica. I rearranged a basket of sugar packets that did not need rearranging. I opened and closed the cooler under the register just to hear the seal break and reconnect. I did not look up, but I could see them in the chrome of the coffee machine. The man eating slowly, watching the room between bites. The girl picking at her fries, her shoulders hunched, eyes flicking toward the door, the windows, the floor. They finished their meal in about 20 minutes, long enough for the clock to inch closer to midnight, long enough for my nerves to settle just enough that I could laugh at myself in my head. He left cash on the table. The tip was decent, not generous. Enough to make it feel like he wanted to be remembered as a good customer, not enough to feel like guilt. "Y'all have a good night," I said as they stood. My voice had slipped back into the waitress autopilot. "Drive safe." "You too," he said. "Get home safe, Emily." The way he said that last part made my stomach twist. The bell over the door chimed. Another rush of cold air swept in, then out again as the door shut behind them. The neon sign buzzed. The clock in the kitchen kept ticking. I carried the bus tub over to their booth, stacking plates, crumpling napkins in one hand, catching a half-eaten fry before it rolled off the edge. My body was on autopilot. My mind was at the window. By the time I straightened up and turned to look outside, the lot was empty. My car, Gary's car, the old sedan I'd noticed earlier, and nothing else. No movement, no white SUV pulling out, no silhouettes walking across the gravel. Just the reflection of myself and the empty diner staring back at me. Must have parked on the side, I told myself. Or on the shoulder. Or in the little strip of dirt between our lot and the road. There were plenty of places they could have left a car that I couldn't see from that angle. I did not go to the door to check. It was late, and I was tired, and I wanted to close out the register and go home. We locked the front door at 12:03 a.m. Gary counted the till while I cleaned the last few coffee rings off the counter. My mind drifted, as it always did, to my couch, my shower, the route home. Left out of the lot, under the overpass, up Maple, parked by the porch. Front door, lights on. When the numbers balanced, I grabbed my phone to clock out on the POS app we used. The screen lagged for a second, then bounced back to the home page. A tiny notification dot blinked over the icon for the security system app the owner had installed a few months back, the one tied to our grainy dome cameras. I should have ignored it. I almost did. My thumb hovered over the clock out button, then slid sideways instead, tapping the camera app. The feed loaded sluggishly. I scrolled backward through the time-stamped thumbnails, half out of boredom, half out of habit. The dining room view at 10 p.m., full of people. The counter at 9. The parking lot at 8:30. That was when I saw it. The grainy black and white frame showed the lot under the weak wash of the security light. My car wasn't there yet. I hadn't arrived. Gary's old beater was in its usual spot by the back. And at the far edge of the gravel, in the same place I'd seen it later that night, sat the white SUV, parked at a slight angle, nose toward the highway, no headlights. Zooming in on footage like that doesn't actually help. It just makes the pixels bigger. But I did it anyway, pinching and spreading my fingers across the screen until the image broke apart into blocks of gray and black. In one of those fuzzy blocks, near the front of the SUV, there was a shape. A darker patch against the already dark background. It moved just slightly, then stilled. An arm lifting, hand going to a face, the tiny wink of something bright for a second. A lighter, a cigarette, a man standing beside the driver's door, leaning against the hood as if he had all the time in the world. He was alone. No smaller figure, no second silhouette, no girl in a gray hoodie, just him and the car. A full 3 hours before they ever walked through the diner door and sat at my table like it was a coincidence. I stared at that blurry frame for a long time, phone screen glowing cold against my hand, the diner quiet around me, except for the fridge and the clock, and Gary humming tunelessly as he locked up. At the time, I told myself it was nothing. Just a guy taking a smoke break before coming in. Maybe she'd joined him later. Maybe she'd arrived in another car. The cameras were old. The angles were bad. You could make anything out of that grainy mess if you wanted to. But later, when I put it next to the way he repeated my street name, the way she looked at me when I said I lived alone, the way the stairwell door in my building sometimes seemed to forget how to lock. That was the first moment that stopped feeling like service industry background noise and started feeling like something else. Like the beginning of a plan I had already helped write. On paper, Maple Street sounded safer than it ever felt. If you looked at the lease, at the mailbox labels, at the landlord's paperwork, the house on the corner was fully occupied. 3 units, 3 sets of tenants, 3 separate lives stacked on top of each other like layers in a cake. The kind of place where, if something went wrong, someone would always be around to hear it. Reality didn't match the paperwork. The nurse upstairs worked nights most of the time. ICU, she'd told me, the first time we bumped into each other at the front door. Both of us juggling groceries. Her scrubs smelled like sanitizer and those lemon-scented wipes they use in hospitals. She was friendly in that tired, stretch-thin way people get when their whole schedule is built around other people's emergencies. 3rd floor, she had said, offering a quick, crooked smile. If you ever hear me stomping around at weird hours, sorry in advance. The thing is, I almost never did hear her. She'd leave in the late afternoon when I was getting ready for my shift, and by the time I came home after midnight, her windows would be dark. On her rare days off, she seemed to sleep, like someone trying to pay off a debt to their own body. Whole stretches of time passed, where the only proof she lived there were the occasional Amazon boxes on the porch with her name on them. The couple in the basement unit were even more ghost-like. I think they were engaged, or maybe just perpetually about to be. They had matching bikes locked to the railing out front, and a habit of throwing out takeout containers that smelled like places I couldn't afford to eat. Once every week or so, their car would appear in the driveway. Their windows would glow for a weekend, and then they'd vanish again, swallowed by whatever jobs kept them away. It got to the point where I could go 3-4 days at a time without hearing a single footstep that didn't belong to me. On paper, the house was full. In practice, it was me, the old wood, and the hollow shaft of the stairwell. My routine slotted into that emptiness so smoothly that I stopped noticing how alone I really was. Late shift at the diner, drive home under the quiet streetlights, pull into my spot in front of the porch. The key in the front lock always stuck just a little in colder weather, and I'd have to jiggle it, shoulder pressed against the wood, before the latch would give with a soft, reluctant clunk. The very first thing I did when I stepped inside was flip the kitchen light on. It was one of those long fluorescent tubes that flickered once, twice, then flooded the small room with harsh white. No matter how tired I was, no matter how sticky my hair felt from fryer grease, that light coming on always made my shoulders drop a little. Home, for whatever that word was worth. The fridge would hum, louder now that there weren't 20 other noises competing with it. The heater in the corner would click and exhale lukewarm air, carrying the faint dust smell of old vents. I'd drop my keys in the ceramic bowl by the door. The little clink, a sound I started to rely on. Proof that I had made it through another night intact. Most nights, the next steps were as predictable as the diner's menu. Shower first to try and scrub the smell of cheap oil and coffee off my skin. The water heater in the basement was moody. Some nights, it tried to freeze me out. Some nights, it scalded if you turned the knob a fraction too far. I learned to stand, with one hand hovering near the handle, ready to yank it back to safe. After that, pajamas, hair twisted up in a towel, or left damp around my shoulders, phone plugged in next to the couch. I'd flop down, open my laptop, and let Netflix or whatever streaming service was winning the algorithm that week fill the silence. Sitcoms, crime shows, documentaries about people whose lives fell apart in more dramatic ways than mine ever had. It was easier to fall asleep to other people's disasters than to the sound of my own thoughts. Out the front window, across Maple, there was a small house with peeling blue paint and a sagging porch. Most evenings, there was a man sitting on that porch with a cigarette. Late 40s, maybe older, wiry frame wrapped in a faded army jacket. He always had a hoodie on underneath. No matter the temperature, the hood strings pulled tight enough that it made his face look narrower. He was one of the few consistent characters in my nighttime landscape. On the nights our schedules lined up, he'd be there when I pulled up, smoke curling around his head, porch light throwing his shadow long across his yard. Sometimes he'd raise a hand in a lazy half wave when he saw me get out of my car. I'd lift my hand back, that small ritual making the street feel less empty. We never talked much. Once, when I was bringing in groceries, he called out, "Long night?" And I laughed and said, "Always." Another time, in the middle of a heat wave, he grunted something about the AC dying, and I told him the diners felt like it was held together by tape and prayer. He was just there. A pair of eyes that weren't mine. A witness to the fact that I came home every night I was supposed to. Later, I would realize he wasn't there the night everything happened. At the time, it didn't register. You don't notice the absence of something you've never counted on. If there was a night version of the stairwell in my head, it was a vertical black space tucked just behind the wall of my hallway. Another piece of the building's anatomy I didn't think about unless it made noise. Sometimes, when I came in through the front door, I'd have this quick, prickling sense that someone was standing just out of sight on the other side of the stairwell door, not close enough to hear breathing, just a vague pressure in the air. Like when you walk into a room and realize too late someone was there a second ago. I would pause, hand on the doorknob to my bedroom, and look back. The door to the stairwell would sit there, closed and beige and perfectly still. If I listened, all I heard were the building's old bones settling. A creak here, a groan there. The heater clunking on in someone else's unit. The pipes knocking in the walls as hot water moved. Once in a while, footsteps outside on Maple. A car rolling past with music too loud, laughter trailing behind it. You need sleep, I would tell myself, turning the bedroom knob. You're letting the horror stories get in your head. There were a couple of times, though, when the feeling was sharp enough that I did more than just glance. One of those nights, I had forgotten my phone in the car. I'd come home on autopilot, gone through the motions, shoes off, light on, keys in bowl, jacket over chair, before realizing the rectangle of weight usually in my pocket was missing. I cursed under my breath and grabbed the front door handle to head back out. The second I turned the knob, the back of my neck lit up, every hair standing up like static. The sense of being watched didn't feel like a vague impression anymore. It felt like pressure, focused and narrow, aimed directly at my spine. I stopped. My hand slid down from the front door and found the knob to the stairwell instead. The hallway was quiet, too quiet suddenly, as if the heater and the fridge and every little sound in the apartment were holding their breath with me. I listened. Nothing. No shuffling feet on carpet, no door hinges, no whisper of fabric. I turned the stairwell knob anyway and opened the door a crack. The smell hit me first. A chill, damp scent, like concrete that never fully dried, threaded through with a faint trace of someone's cooking from earlier in the evening. The light above the third-floor landing was on, casting a weak yellow cone down the middle of the stairwell and leaving the corners in shadow. The steps up and down were empty. I stepped back, locked the deadbolt with a snap that sounded too loud, and tried to laugh it off. "This is what you get," I muttered, "for falling asleep to serial killer documentaries." It worked, for a while. Jokes are good at smoothing over the edges of fear, until somebody else notices the same rough spots. The landlord noticed first. He was not a hands-on kind of landlord. He lived in another town, responded to messages when it suited him, and only showed up in person when something needed to be fixed that YouTube tutorials couldn't handle. Our relationship existed mostly through emails that started with "regarding your unit at Maple and 5th. Most of those emails were small things. Reminders about trash pickup days, notices about upcoming maintenance, passive-aggressive notes about someone leaving bulk furniture by the curb without arranging for proper disposal. Then, a few months into my lease, one came in with the subject line, "Stairwell Door." I remember exactly where I was when I opened it, standing in line at the diner's back register, balancing my phone on a stack of to-go menus while Gary argued with a delivery driver in the parking lot. "Emily," the message read, "you need to latch the stairwell door consistently when going in, out. The upstairs tenant reported it was left open 2 times this month. This is a safety and security concern. Please make sure you're closing it properly every time. L. I frowned, reading it twice. The thing is, I was careful with that door. I remembered the feel of the deadbolt under my fingers, the way the lock resisted and then gave. I remembered checking it at night before heading to bed, palm flat on the wood, the little ritual becoming part of how I convinced myself I was safe. Had there been a couple of rushed mornings where I'd run out with an armful of laundry or trash and not check the lock behind me? Maybe. But 2 times in 1 month, enough for the nurse upstairs to complain? That didn't match the movie in my head of my own habits. That night, after my shift, I came home and went straight to the stairwell door before doing anything else. I opened it, stared into the dark column of space beyond, then shut it again slowly, watching the way the latch engaged. I turned the deadbolt until it clicked, then tested it, tugging on the knob. There was a little give, just like always. That thin bit of looseness between locked and not, enough that if someone knew the trick of the house, they might figure out how to work around it. I stood there a long moment longer than made sense, fingers resting on cool metal. Maybe I had left it unlatched. Maybe the nurse had gone through in a hurry and blamed me out of habit. Maybe the landlord was just covering himself, wanting a digital trail that said, "I told you so," in case anything ever happened. Or maybe, buried underneath all the reasonable explanations I stacked on top, there was another possibility I refused to look at directly. That someone had been inside the building, using that stairwell door more often than I realized, and I was only just starting to notice the footprints they left behind. After they left, the diner tried its best to pretend nothing had happened. The bell over the door gave its little goodbye jingle as it closed behind them. Cold air rushed in, then settled into the corners, chased away by the persistent heat from the kitchen. For a second, I just stood there, staring at the glass, half expecting the door to open again, for him to stick his head back in and ask another too familiar question. It didn't. The neon sign outside buzzed in its same tired way, casting the ghost of red letters on the reflection of my face. "All right, Em," Gary called from the back. "Last lap. Let's close this box up." Closing became the excuse not to think. I grabbed the spray bottle from under the counter and soaked a clean rag with disinfectant. The sharp smell of bleach and lemon rind rose up immediately, hitting the back of my throat, overpowering the lingering scent of burgers and fries. I moved from table to table, spraying and wiping, the motion so familiar they might as well have belonged to someone else. Crumbs, syrup smears, ketchup smudges, the ring from a forgotten coffee cup. Each one disappeared under the swipe of the cloth, leaving the laminate shining dully under the fluorescent lights. I tucked the bottles of ketchup and mustard back into their spots at the ends of the booths, caps twisted tight. I set the salt and pepper shakers in neat little rows, as if order could leak into my head just from being around it. Behind me, Gary shut down the grill. The hiss of water on hot metal filled the room, followed by the scrape of his spatula as he attacked whatever was left stuck there from the night. The hood fan still roared overhead, sucking up ghost smoke and heat, but the volume felt turned down somehow, muffled by the emptiness of the dining room. I moved along the windows, wiping the ledges, studiously not looking outside. I didn't want to risk seeing the white SUV again, parked exactly where it had been in that grainy camera frame at 8:30 p.m., exactly where it had been when I saw it at 11:40. I I told myself it wouldn't be there. I told myself it didn't matter, even if it was. Cash out time came next. I slid behind the counter, pulled the drawer from under the register, and carried it into the little office off the kitchen. It wasn't really an office, just a cramped room with a desk, a safe, boxes of paper cups stacked to the ceiling, and a smell like old receipts and dust. I spread the bills out on the desk, counted them into piles. Tens, fives, ones, the occasional 20. The paper rasped softly against my fingers. The coins clinked into the tray, each drop a small metallic echo. I totaled the night, wrote the numbers in the logbook, signed my initials in the neat little box at the bottom of the page. When I slid the register drawer back into place and shut it, the click of the metal felt very final, like a lid closing. I flicked off the lights in sections. First, the back corner booths, plunging that side of the room into a dim gray where the neon's red cast barely reached. Then the row by the windows, leaving only the counter and the area near the door lit up. The diner shrank with each switch I flipped, retreating into a smaller and smaller pool of light. "Anything else?" I asked, leaning on the counter, watching Gary rinse out the last of the pans. "Nah," he said. "We're good. You can head out. I'll finish up." That was our routine. He liked the building empty when he mopped. I liked the idea of beat-up old Gary between me and the outside for as long as possible. One last barrier. I checked my phone. 12:27 a.m. As I slid it back into my pocket, something shifted in the air. The hood fan whirring above the grill eased to a stop with a low descending whine. The fridge compressor in the kitchen cut off mid-hum. The heater in the dining room clicked off. The faint buzz of the neon outside might still have been there, but even that seemed to recede. In the space of a breath, all the mechanical sounds that stitched the diner together fell silent at once. I froze, fingers resting on the edge of the counter. It wasn't the first time it had happened. Power fluctuations, grid weirdness. Gary always had a practical explanation. But this time, standing in the half-dark with the tables empty and the register closed and the weight of the night pressing in on all sides, the silence felt different. It felt thick, physical, like the air had turned to something heavier that I had to breathe around. The only sound left was the ticking of the clock on the wall in the kitchen, loud and insistent. For those few seconds, I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Slow, then faster, like it was trying to decide whether to sprint or hide. "Great," Gary muttered from the back. "They better not be cutting the power again. I am not throwing out another walk-in full of food." As if on cue, the fridge kicked back to life with a shudder. The heater hummed, coughing warm air into the vents. Somewhere under the counter, a compressor vibrated, making the spoons in their cup buzz faintly. The spell broke. The diner plugged itself back in. I exhaled and forced myself to move. "Night, Gary," I called, grabbing my jacket from the hook by the back door. "Text me if the grid actually dies. I'll light a candle for you." He snorted. "Drive safe, M." The back door opened onto the small concrete pad by the trash bins. Cold air slapped me full in the face, waking me up more than any coffee ever had. The smell outside was different than it had been earlier. More metallic, a hint of exhaust hanging heavier in the stillness. I pulled my jacket tight around me and walked along the side of the building toward the front lot. Under the buzz of the neon sign, the parking lot looked even emptier than it had through the glass. My car sat in its usual spot near the door, its blue paint turned almost black under the weird red cast. At the far edge of the lot, where the gravel sloped down toward the ditch, another vehicle hunched in the dark. I couldn't see the color in that light, not clearly, just the shape. Tall, boxy, familiar in a way that made my stomach twist. SUV silhouette, parked at an angle, nose toward the highway. No headlights. No interior glow. No obvious movement. I stopped for a fraction of a second, halfway between the back door and my car. It could have been any older SUV. There are a dozen of them in any small town lot. But in my head, it was already the same white SUV from the footage, from the other nights, from the corner of my eye. I forced myself to keep walking. Turning around and going back inside would mean admitting I was afraid. And once you admit it, it gets harder to pretend everything is normal. The gravel crunched under my shoes. My breath puffed out in little clouds. The hair on my arms prickled under my sleeves. I unlocked my car, opened the door, and slid in, locking it almost before I pulled the door fully shut. The interior smelled like old coffee and the faint citrus of the air freshener I'd clipped to the vent months ago. Safe smells. Mine. I started the engine. The dashboard lights blinked to life in a wash of soft orange and green. The radio came on mid-song, some overplayed pop track that suddenly felt too bright for the hour. I turned it off. The quiet inside the car pressed in different than the diners had. No ticking clock here, just the muffled hum of the engine and my own breathing. The neon sign's red glow painted the inside of the windshield in streaks. For a second, curiosity overrode caution. I glanced in the rearview mirror, angling it slightly so I could see past my own face and out into the lot behind me. The SUV shape sat where I'd seen it. Still, dark, faceless. Just a trucker, I told myself. Just somebody on a call. Just somebody too tired to drive another mile. My fingers tightened on the steering wheel. The leather felt cold under my palms. I put the car in drive, turned out of the lot, and pointed the nose toward town. The road between the diner and Maple wasn't long, but at that hour, it felt like driving through an emptied-out version of the world. Most of the businesses along Route 22 were dark, their signs unlit. The occasional gas station glowed like a little island of fluorescence in the distance. My headlights carved out cones of pale light ahead of me, the double yellow line sliding under the hood in a steady, hypnotic rhythm. A few other cars were out there, a pair of headlights coming toward me now and then, passing with a brief flash of faces I didn't see and won't ever know. A big truck rumbled by in the opposite lane, carrying something invisible and important to somewhere I'd never go. I flicked the radio back on at low volume, just to have something else filling the car. Another mindless song. Another DJ pretending it wasn't the middle of the night. Their voices scraped at my nerves, though, too cheerful for the hollow way the world looked outside. I turned it off again and drove in silence. As I got closer to town, the road narrowed, trading highway lights for the softer halo of street lamps. The trees leaned in over the asphalt, their branches bare and black against the sky. The speed limit dropped. My foot eased off the gas. I took the usual turns without thinking, left at the big empty lot where a strip mall had once been, right at the church with the cracked stained glass window, straight past the darkened windows of the laundromat where I'd wasted so many Saturday afternoons. At one of the last curves before the turn onto Maple, something in the rearview mirror caught my eye. A pair of headlights crested the rise behind me, bright enough that I squinted. They dipped as the car hit a small bump, then settled into a steady position a good distance back. Nothing unusual about that. People drove this road all the time. But as I took the curve, the headlights tracked smoothly along with me, never getting closer, never falling behind. I told myself not to be dramatic. It was late. There weren't many cars. Of course, it would feel like the same one was behind me for longer than usual. There wasn't a whole line of them to blend into. Another bend in the road, another glance up. Same headlights, same distance, following the shape of the road like they'd attached themselves to my bumper with a long, invisible rope. The skin between my shoulder blades tightened. I could feel my heartbeat again, thudding in my chest, slowing my thoughts down instead of speeding them up. If it's him, I thought, you won't even know until it's too late. The turn onto Maple came up faster than I expected. I flicked on my blinker, the ticking loud in the cabin, and slowed to make the right. In the mirror, for a fraction of a second, the headlights behind me seemed to flare brighter, as if the car was speeding up. My fingers dug into the steering wheel. I turned. My tires rolled over the familiar patch of cracked asphalt at the corner. The car straightened out onto Maple's quieter, narrower stretch. The houses here sat closer together, their porches dark, a few warm windows glowing like eyes half shut for sleep. I glanced back in the mirror, braced for the sight of those headlights turning in after me, crawling up my new, smaller road. They didn't. They kept going. The car behind me rolled straight through the intersection, its light sliding across my field of view and vanishing toward some other part of town, some other destination. The breath I'd been holding escaped in a shaky little laugh. See? I said out loud to myself, the sound too loud in the car. Just another car heading somewhere. I believed it long enough to get home. By the time I turned onto Maple, the world had shrunk back to the size of that familiar corner. The houses on my street were mostly dark. A few porch lights glowed weakly, yellow halos on cracked concrete. Here and there, a television flickered behind half-closed curtains, blue light pulsing to someone else's late-night show. The air felt colder on this side of town, thinner, scraping against my throat when I breathed. The blue house across from mine was dark. No porch light. No burning cigarette tip. No man in the army jacket hunched over the railing. For the first time in a long time, his absence registered as more than background. I pulled into my usual spot in front of my building. The tires crunched over the same patch of uneven asphalt. The street lamp at the corner hummed softly, bathing the front of the house in a dull orange glow that made the paint look more gray than white. I sat there for a second, with my hands still on the wheel, watching my own breath fog the inside of the windshield. The heater blew lukewarm air at my ankles, mixing diner smell with car smell, turning everything into one big tired blur. Nobody on the sidewalks, nobody at the windows, no cars creeping slowly past, lingering. Just a late night, empty street. I killed the engine. The sudden quiet inside the car made my ears ring. The world outside rushed in. Distant traffic. A dog barking faintly somewhere down the block. The wind rustling dry leaves along the gutter. Home, I said out loud, just to hear a human voice in the small space, even if it was my own. It didn't sound convincing. I grabbed my bag, shoved my keys into my jacket pocket where I could get to them fast, and stepped out into the cold. The door shut behind me with a hollow thud that bounced off the front of the house. My porch steps creaked the same familiar creaks under my weight. Up close, I could see my reflection in the narrow pane of glass in the front door. Tired eyes, hair pulled back, diner uniform washed out by the yellow light. I slid the key into the lock, turned it, and felt that familiar little catch, the tiny resistance before it gave way. The deadbolt drew back with a metal click I had come to rely on. Inside, the house smelled like itself. Faint must, old wood, a hint of something floral from the cheap plug-in air freshener I kept near the hallway. I shut the door behind me, turned the lock again, and double-checked it out of habit. Hand on the knob, twist, pull, feel. Solid. My keys went into the ceramic bowl on the little table by the door with their usual clink. That sound always felt like the period at the end of a sentence. Shift over. You made it. I shrugged off my jacket and hung it on the hook, then reached for the light switch in the kitchen. The fluorescent tube took its time. It flickered once, twice, buzzing weakly, then flared to life with a harsh white that made every crumb and stain on the counters stand out like accusations. The fridge hummed a second later, a low, steady rumble that filled in the edges of the room. The heater in the corner clicked, then breathed warm air up the vent, pushing a subtle wave of heat across the floor that lapped around my ankles. Lights on, locks checked, machines humming. The ritual of safety. I stood in the doorway between the living room and the hall and tilted my head toward the stairwell door, listening. Nothing. No footsteps on carpet. No murmur of voices. Just the old building noises. A distant clang in the pipes. A faint settling creak somewhere above. The muffled whoosh of a car turning onto the far end of Maple. I waited a few seconds longer, ears straining, trying to catch any hint that someone might be moving around on the other side of that door. Silence. Okay, I whispered to myself. You're fine. I went through the familiar motions on autopilot. Shoes kicked off and lined up by the wall. Phone plugged into the outlet by the couch. Shower stuff gathered in my arms. Towel, sleep shirt, the cheap body wash that promised lavender and delivered something more like chemically sugared air. The bathroom mirror showed me a face I almost recognized, ringed in dull light. A little too pale, little lines of tired digging in around the eyes. A smudge of ketchup on my collar I hadn't noticed before. Steam filled the small space as the water heated up. The shower hissed and rattled in the way it always did before it settled into something usable. I stepped under the flow and let the hot water beat at the tension in my shoulders, scrubbed at my skin until the diner smell dulled into something neutral. For 10 minutes, the rest of the night shrank down to the size of that tub. Soap, water, rinse, repeat. Familiar, safe. When I stepped out, my limbs felt heavy and loose. That post-shower, post-shift exhaustion that usually meant I'd be asleep 5 minutes after my head hit the pillow. I wrapped the towel around myself, wiped away a patch of fog on the mirror, and stared at my reflection again. You're making it a bigger deal than it is, I told the girl in the glass. He was just some guy. You're home. It's over. The words didn't land the way I wanted them to, but I turned away anyway. I pulled on my sleep shirt, tossed the damp towel over the shower rod, and grabbed my toothbrush. The minty burn of the toothpaste was almost comforting. Another piece of the routine clicking into place. The heater kicked on again with a little clack. The fan in the bathroom ceiling buzzed, rattling faintly like it always did. When you live alone, You learn to pay attention to the small sounds. They are the bones of your world. I had just leaned over the sink, toothbrush in my mouth, foam building, when the first knock hit the front door. It wasn't a polite tap. It wasn't the tentative knock of someone unsure if you were awake. It was a full, heavy-handed pounding that reverberated through the walls. Thud, thud, thud. I jerked upright so fast the toothbrush slipped, toothpaste splattering against the white porcelain of the sink. For a second, I didn't understand what I was hearing. My brain tried to file it under the wrong categories. Pipes, heater, something dropping upstairs. But the rhythm was too human, too deliberate. The knocking came again. 3 more hard, fast blows. Thud, thud, thud. The cheap wood of the front door shook in its frame. I could feel the vibration through the floor, up through my bare feet. The mirror quivered, the glass humming softly on the wall. For a heartbeat, the sound filled everything. It drowned out the fan, the heater, even the static buzz of the bathroom light. There was only the pounding, and underneath it, the sudden spike of my own pulse roaring in my ears. I spat the half-foam toothpaste into the sink, my hand trembling enough that some of it splashed back onto my wrist. White streaks slid down the bowl toward the drain, absurdly bright. Another round of knocking slammed through the apartment. Closer now, because I knew where it was coming from. Thud, thud, thud. Jesus, I whispered, more reflex than prayer. My mind scrambled for explanations. Neighbor, landlord, a package mix-up, a car accident outside, the nurse upstairs locked out. Someone needed help. People don't pound like that at 1 a.m. for no reason. I scrubbed the back of my hand under the faucet, more to buy a second of time than because it mattered, then shut off the bathroom light. The sudden darkness made the sliver of light from the kitchen down the hall look sharper, more distant. The knocking stopped. That silence was worse. My heart was hammering so hard, it felt like each beat might be visible through my shirt. I stepped out into the hallway, the cool air licking at my damp skin, making goosebumps rise along my arms. From where I stood, I could see the front door at the end of the short hall. The deadbolt glinted in the kitchen light. The little pane of glass at the top of the door was nothing but a flat rectangle of black. For a moment, nothing happened. Then there was another knock. This time slower, 3 separate blows, spaced out like words. Thud, pause, thud, pause, thud. The wood groaned in its frame. Every instinct in me was screaming to back away, to pretend I wasn't home, to grab my phone and call 911 from the bathroom with the door locked. But there's another instinct that kicks in too. The one service jobs train into you. Answer. Respond. Find out what the person wants before you decide how to deal with them. My bare feet felt glued to the floor as I took the first step toward the door. Then another. The heater hummed steadily, oblivious. The fridge in the kitchen rattled once as the compressor shifted gears. I stopped a few feet away from the door, just out of arm's reach. My mouth was dry. I could still taste mint at the back of my throat, sharp and cold. My voice, when it came out, sounded smaller than I wanted it to. "Who is it?" I called. For a second, there was nothing. Just the whine of the heater and the distant rush of a car passing somewhere far down the street. Then, through the layers of wood and glass and cold night air, a voice answered. A girl's voice, young, thin with panic, snagging on the edges of the words like she'd been crying. "Please," she said, the sound muffled but clear enough to cut through me. "Someone's following me. Can I use your phone?" For a second after she spoke, I honestly thought my brain had filled in the words on its own. "Please, someone's following me. Can I use your phone?" They hung there in the air between us and the door, thin and shaking, as real as the pounding that had come before and somehow worse. My mouth went dry. I took another step toward the front hall, until I was close enough to see the faint shape of movement through the glass panel at the top of the inner door. The pane was old and slightly frosted, warped just enough that anyone outside became a smear of color and shadow instead of a clear face. There was definitely someone there. Small, hunched, pressed close to the doorframe. Behind that, through the outer storm door, the night was just black, broken up by the dull orange spill of the street lamp and a little glint of wet where the porch caught the light. "Please," the girl's voice came again, a little louder, a little more desperate. "I'm sorry. I know it's late. I saw your light on. I didn't know where else to go. He's out there." Her words ran together like someone who'd been holding her breath too long and just now remembered how to speak. I could hear the thin edge of hyperventilating in them. Little catches, like her lungs were snagging on the syllables. Every part of me that had ever worked a service job, that had ever dealt with drunk patrons and crying customers and people who just needed a safe place for 5 minutes, lit up at once. Open the door. Help. Get her inside. Lock it again. It was an automatic response, as deeply wired as, "What can I get you?" and "Refill on coffee?" At the same time, every part of me that had watched that man in the diner roll my street name around on his tongue and ask if I lived alone went rigid. Kindness. Meet survival. I swallowed, my tongue thick with leftover mint and adrenaline. "Okay," I said, forcing my voice to stay steady. "Just slow down. What's your name?" There was a hitch on the other side, like I'd asked a question she hadn't prepped for. "Lily," she said. The stammer sounded like fear, but it also sounded like someone trying to pick a word off a list. "Please, he's been following me since the bus stop. I got off on Maple, and he was there. And he kept walking when I walked, and he stopped when I did. I didn't want to go home. I didn't want him to see where I live. I saw your light. Can you please, just let me use your phone? I won't stay. I promise. I just need to call someone to come get me. Her voice broke into a little sob, the kind that ripped up the end of a sentence. It sounded real. It sounded like every panicked girl you see in those late-night videos. The ones people share with captions like, "This world is crazy. Stay safe out there." It sounded like the kind of fear that makes you run to the first lit window you see. But there was a rhythm to it, under the ragged edges. A smoothness. The way she mentioned the bus stop and Maple and didn't want to go home in a single breath made something at the base of my skull twitch. I stepped closer until I was only a couple of feet from the door. The heater hummed along the baseboards, indifferent. The fridge in the kitchen clicked as the compressor shut off for a cycle, dropping the background noise down another notch. "How did you know my light was on?" I asked quietly. "Do you live around here?" There was a pause on the other side, just a beat too long. "I just saw it," she said finally. "It was the only one. Please, can you just open the door? I don't feel safe out here. He parked out there. I think he's waiting. I think he followed me from the bus. I think..." The words started pouring faster again, tangling over each other. Her breathing hitched, ragged and wet, like she was losing control. Something about the answer didn't sit right, though. The way she said, "the only one," like she'd read it off a page, not like someone who'd actually walked down this street a dozen times and knew which porches stayed lit past midnight. The way "he parked out there" dropped into the middle of the sentence like a piece that didn't quite fit the puzzle. My eyes flicked to the side window by the door, the narrow one with the thin curtain I usually kept half drawn for privacy. From where I stood, I could see only the lower half of it, the fabric moving slightly in the draft from the heater. "Where is he now?" I asked, my voice a little sharper than before. "If he followed you, where is he?" "Out there," she repeated, barely missing a beat, but the words landed with the wrong weight. "Please, I don't know. I lost him. I just ran. I saw your light." The panic sounded right. The story didn't. "Why not go to the house next door?" I pushed, my throat tightening as I spoke. "They've got a porch light. There's an apartment building across the street. You passed other houses to get to mine." I don't," she stammered, and for a second the fear in her voice sharpened, curdled into something more like frustration. This was closer. I saw this one. Please, I'm begging you, just let me in. I'm freezing. I'm so scared. Please." Reason has a hard time standing up to a voice like that. Every movie you've ever seen, every true crime reenactment, every warning about no one helped her, starts replaying in your head. Each one asking if you want to be the person who did nothing. At the same time, another movie was playing behind my eyes. The white SUV parked at the diner while I was still on the clock. The man standing beside it with a cigarette, alone. The way he said "maple" like a secret. The way the girl in the hoodie had looked at me across the booth, just for a second, like she wanted to say something she wasn't allowed to. I took a step closer to the door until I could see a more distinct shape through the frosted glass. A small figure, hunched in on itself, hood up, shoulders shaking. Every so often, her hand came up, pressing against the outer storm door, a blotch of darker shadow. Up close, I could hear her breathing, short, shallow gasps between phrases. "Please, I think he parked out there," she whispered again, the words a little clearer now that I was nearer. "I think he's waiting. I didn't want him to see what building I went into, so I just ran. You were the first light. I swear. Just let me use your phone. I'll stand right here. I won't even come inside if you don't want. You can keep the inner door closed. I just..." Her voice broke again into tears. A part of me believed her. Another part, the part that remembered the landlord's email about the stairwell door and the way the deadbolt sometimes felt like it was working harder than it should, did not. Instead of reaching for the lock, I reached for the curtain. The narrow window beside the door had a cheap, off-white curtain hung over it with a tension rod. Normally, it covered the glass completely. Tonight, I had left it a little askew, a small triangle of uncovered pane at the bottom corner. I slid my fingers under the fabric and lifted it just enough to see out through the clear part of the glass. The porch swam into view, lit in slices by the orange street lamp and the weaker glow from my kitchen. The girl was standing on the small concrete stoop, right up against the outer storm door. Her hoodie was a darker gray than the one at the diner, the fabric slick and clinging as if she'd been out in the damp for a while. Her jeans were wet around the cuffs, soaked up past the ankles. Drops of water clung to the strands of hair that had escaped her hood, shining like tiny beads in the light. She was small, shoulders angled forward, arms half wrapped around herself like she was trying to fold in. Her head was bowed, so I could mostly see the top of the hood and the line of her nose. "Please," she said again, voice rough from crying. "He's going to come. He saw me. He knows I came this way. Please, I just need..." Without warning, she snapped her head up and slammed both hands against the glass of the storm door. The sound hit me like a gunshot. Bam! Her palm smacked flat against the pane at chest height, fingers splayed, the impact making the outer door shudder in its frame. The glass in my inner door vibrated in sympathy, buzzing softly. My whole hallway seemed to jump forward an inch and then settle. My heart tried to rip out of my chest. "Please, please, please," she sobbed, her voice rising into a wail. "He's out there. He's going to come. He parked. I saw him. He got out. I lost him. I don't know where he is. Please, I can't be out here. I can't..." Her words dissolved into choking cries as she kept her hands pressed to the glass, shoulders shaking hard enough to make her hoodie ripple. I flinched backward, the curtain falling from my fingers. For a second, all I could see was my own reflection in the inner pane, pale and wide-eyed, chest heaving. Every instinct screamed two completely opposite orders. Unlock the door right now and do not touch the lock. The heater hummed, oblivious. Somewhere in the kitchen, the fridge compressor kicked back on, adding its low growl to the noise. The normal sounds of my apartment kept doing what they always did, like nothing outside had changed. My brain, on a delay, replayed the split second when I'd had the curtain lifted, when her face had been tilted up just enough that the porch light had hit it. The wet hair, the dark circles under her eyes, the shape of her mouth, the way the hood framed her features. I had seen that face a few hours ago. Not here. Not in the middle of a residential street. Under the flat fluorescent light of the diner, across a booth from a man in a denim jacket, her hands wrapped around a laminated menu instead of the edge of my storm door. I felt my throat go dry. I write to you now, because there isn't a better way to say it. The realization wasn't a dramatic sting, not a horror movie sting on a soundtrack. It was a slow, sinking drop in my stomach as pieces slid into place. This wasn't random anymore. I swallowed hard, my tongue sticking to the roof of my mouth, and did the one thing you're not supposed to do when you're scared. I asked a question I didn't really want the answer to. "Weren't you at the diner tonight?" I called through the door, my voice thinner than I liked. "With that guy?" For a heartbeat, everything outside stopped. The girl's hands were still pressed flat to the storm door glass, fingers splayed, knuckles pale. Her shoulders kept trembling, but it was like the rest of her froze. Her head tipped just a fraction, like the sound of my words had caught her off guard. From my angle at the side window, I could see the lower half of her face now, lit weirdly by the street lamp and the spill from my kitchen. Her lips parted. Her eyes, what little I could see of them under the hood, went briefly, frighteningly flat, empty, like nobody was home. It lasted maybe 1-2 seconds, long enough for my brain to register the glitch, long enough for my stomach to drop. Then she jerked back into motion. No, she stammered, the panic reattaching itself to her words like someone slapping tape over a crack. "No, I've never... I don't know what diner you mean. Please, I don't..." I haven't. I've been at my friend's and he followed me from the bus. I swear. Please, can you just... It was the wrong kind of denial. Too messy, too fast, like a kid who hadn't studied for the test, but was trying to write all the answers at once. In the back of my head, I could see her again, sitting across from him in the booth, hands wrapped around a laminated menu, eyes down, hoodie a different color, but posture the same, stiff, contained, listening while he talked. My hand slid into the pocket of my sleep shorts on instinct. My fingers wrapped around my phone, slick with the condensation from my shower-damp skin. The screen flicked on as my thumb brushed it. Muscle memory pulled up the keypad without me really thinking about it. I hovered over the 9. If I hit it, if I dragged my thumb to the 1 twice and pressed call, I'd have to say something that made this real. There's a man from my diner. There's a girl from my diner. They are at my house. Something is wrong. Please, the girl whispered again, voice cracking. Please, I'm freezing. I'm shaking. I can't be out here alone. He followed me. He's... Behind me, the fridge in the kitchen gave a soft, steady hum as its compressor kicked into another cycle. The heater along the baseboard clicked once, and then sighed warm air across my bare feet. The little side window rattled faintly in its frame as the wind picked up outside, branches scraping somewhere close by. Normal sounds, layered over a moment that was anything but. Just look at me and answer, I said, my throat tightening. Were you at the diner tonight? Yes or no? She made a small, strangled noise. Her hand slid down the glass a little, leaving streaks in the condensation. She choked out, then stopped and sucked in a breath so sharp I heard it whistle between her teeth. Her head snapped sideways. She turned away from my door, toward the street. For half a second, I thought she was going to bolt, run down the steps, sprint into the dark, vanish between parked cars before I could decide whether to help her. That would have been bad, but it would have been simple. She didn't run. She stiffened, every line in her body going tight, and then she screamed. There he is! The words ripped out of her like they'd been waiting behind her tongue. High, cracked, full of terror that sounded almost too big for her thin frame. She slapped one hand back against the glass, fingers sliding as if she needed the anchor, and thrust the other arm out, pointing past my door, down the street. He's right there, she sobbed. Please, open the door, please. He saw me come here. He saw me. He's right there. My heart felt like it was trying to punch its way between my ribs. I didn't want to look. Every horror story I'd ever consumed screamed at me not to look, not to confirm, to stay in the small, stupid safety of not knowing. But you can't not look when someone says, there he is, outside your house at 1 a.m. I edged closer to the side window again, fingers shaking as I pinched the curtain between them and lifted it just enough to see. Her arm was still outstretched, hand trembling, index finger stabbing toward the street. Her hood hid most of her face, but I could see her mouth open on a silent sob, teeth catching the light. My gaze followed the line of her arm past the porch, across the narrow strip of yard, to the thin slice of street visible between the parked cars and the leaning tree by the curb. At first, there was nothing, just the acre-wide emptiness that late-night neighborhoods always seem to have, the sense that the world ends a block away. Then my eyes adjusted. Under the orange cone of the nearest streetlight, maybe 20, 30 feet down the road, a figure stood on the sidewalk. He wasn't running. He wasn't pacing. He wasn't shouting or waving his arms or making any of the frantic, aggressive motions you'd expect from someone chasing a girl to a stranger's house. He was just standing there, hands in the pockets of a dark jacket, shoulders relaxed, feet slightly apart, head tilted a little, like he was looking at something mildly interesting. From the angle, I could only see him in profile, but it was enough. The height, the build, the way the denim, or something like it, sat on his frame, familiar creases at the elbows, the slight forward pitch of his posture, like he was perpetually about to step closer to whatever had his attention. If you saw him in a diner booth, you'd think, regular guy. If you saw him on the sidewalk under a street lamp at 1 a.m., staring toward your house, you'd think, problem. Every nerve in my body fired at the same time. The cold started at the base of my skull and slid down my spine in a slow, nauseating wave, as if someone had poured ice water along my vertebrae. My legs suddenly felt hollow, strange, like they were made of something that might break if I leaned too hard in any direction. My bare feet stuck to the floor, skin gone slick with sweat, and then chilled by the air from the vent. He didn't move toward the house. He didn't move away. He just stood there under the light, head slightly cocked, as if he were listening to something I couldn't hear. In my hand, the phone screen dimmed, the keypad shrinking back to a faint glow against my palm. My thumb still hovered over the 9. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears again, louder even than the girl outside, who was still sobbing and chanting, "Please, please," in a rhythm that sounded almost too even under the mess. "He knows where you live," a voice in my head said. "Of course he does. You told him. First floor, off Maple, empty building." "Please," she wailed, slamming her palm against the glass again, jolting me back a step. "He's right there. He's going to come. He saw me come here. I can't stand out here. Please, please just open the door." Her hand pounded the storm door in a frantic rhythm. Each hit made the frame shudder, the vibration running up through my front door into my body. I looked back at her through the gap in the curtain. Something was wrong with the picture. She was facing my door full on now, her body angled toward me, her shoulder half blocking my view of the street, her hood still shaded most of her face. The porch light caught her cheekbones, the wet tracks of tears, the glint on the tip of her nose. Her arm, the one that had been pointing, was still out, but now it hovered somewhere to the right, bent awkwardly at the elbow, fingers twitching as if she'd forgotten whatever she'd been gesturing at. "There," she gasped again, but she didn't turn her head to look back this time. The word came out as if on cue, synced weirdly with each slam of her palm. "There. There. He's there. He's going to come. Please." I shifted, angling for a better view of the man under the streetlight. From that slightly different line, something else snapped into focus. He wasn't craning his neck, trying to see who she was banging on the door for. He wasn't rushing forward to stop her. He wasn't even really looking at her, not directly. His chin was lifted just enough that his gaze lined up past her, past my porch, past the cheap white storm door and the frosted glass panel, right about where my face would be if I moved another inch into the window. My hand tightened around the phone until my fingers hurt. She kept her hood low, her face never fully angled toward him. Even when she'd screamed, "There he is," she'd turned just enough to make it look right to me, but not enough that her profile would be clear from the street. As she pressed closer to the door, as her voice rose and cracked and tumbled over itself in messy sobs, a horrible, simple thought slid into place. She was making sure he could see exactly where she was, She was making sure he could see exactly which door she was at. She was never letting me see her and him clearly in the same line of sight. What if this isn't her running to the nearest safe porch, I thought, pulse pounding so hard it blurred the edges of my vision. What if this is both of them making sure I open the door? What if there he is was never really meant for me at all? I made a choice. Not the one the movies like. Not the heroic one, or the compassionate one, or the one strangers on the internet would applaud in the comments section. I did not open the door. My thumb, still hovering over the keypad, slid down from the 9 and tapped the green call button on the emergency number I had already typed in without fully realizing it. 911. The line rang once, a sharp, sterile tone that cut straight through the girl's sobbing outside. "Please," she was wailing, pounding the storm door hard enough that the inner glass trembled. "He's right there. He's going to..." 911, what's your emergency?" A calm female voice said into my ear, almost on top of the girl's words. For a second, my throat locked. Then everything came out at once. "There's a girl on my porch," I hissed, backing away a step from the door without meaning to. "She says someone's following her, but I think she was at my job earlier with a man, and now that man is on the street, and I live alone, and I..." "Slow down," the operator said, the practiced calm of someone who has heard 1,000 varieties of panic. "Are you in immediate danger right now? Are they inside your home?" "No," I said, my voice shaking. "She's outside. He's outside. They're at my door. I'm in the front hallway." "Okay," she said. "You did the right thing by calling. I need your address." I gave it to her, the numbers and the street name feeling suddenly huge in my mouth. I heard the click of keys on her end as she repeated it back to me. "First floor unit?" she asked. "Yes," I whispered. "First floor? 3-unit house. I'm alone. Is your front door locked?" she asked. "Yes." "Do not open it," she said, voice firm. Outside, the girl's palms hit the glass again. Bam, bam, bam. "Please," she screamed. "Please. He's coming. Please. He's..." "Officers are on their way," the operator said in my ear. "Stay on the line with me, okay? Are they still there right now?" I opened my mouth to say yes. Of course, how could they not be? She was right there. Her voice was right. The pounding stopped, mid-sob, mid-sentence, like someone had hit mute. The sudden absence of sound was violent. The storm door went still. The glass in the inner door stopped rattling. The air in the hallway thickened. Behind me, the fridge in the kitchen gave a small, strangled click and went quiet. The heater along the baseboards shut off mid-breath. Outside, the faint rush of a car on the far end of Maple cut out like someone had unplugged the street. It was the same kind of silence I'd heard at the diner earlier that night, when the fan and the fridge and the AC all paused together, but sharper here in my small apartment. A silence that had weight, that made my ears ring with the sudden absence of hum. For 1 second, one long bloated second, there was nothing. No machines, no traffic, no crying. Just my heart hammering and the faint sound of my own breath in the dark. "Ma'am?" The operator's voice came, suddenly too loud in my ear. "Are they still there? Are you able to see them?" The silence broke around her words. The fridge groaned back to life with a low rumble. The heater clicked and exhaled. A car passed a block away. I swallowed, throat burning. I don't know," I whispered. "Hang on." Every nerve in my body screamed at me not to move, to curl up on the hallway floor and pretend the world outside the apartment ended at my walls. Instead, on autopilot, I edged toward the window again. The curtain brushed my arm, rough against my skin. My fingers felt clumsy as I slid under the fabric and lifted it just enough to see. The porch was empty. No small figure in a hoodie. No wet footprints. The storm door was closed. The glass reflecting the weak kitchen light and the darker bulk of the house across the street. My gaze jumped to the slice of sidewalk under the street lamp. Nothing. The spot where he had stood was just a patch of uneven concrete, painted orange by the bulb above it. No man, no denim jacket, no outline. It was as if the street had never held anyone at all. I dropped the curtain. The fabric fell back into place with a whispering sound that made me flinch. "Ma'am?" the operator pressed. "Are they still there?" I don't see them," I whispered. "They were there, both of them. The girl was at the door. The man was in the street, I swear. And then it all went quiet, and now..." My words trailed off. The quiet in the hallway felt wrong again. Not empty, but waiting. A thought slid into my mind like a piece of ice. The stairwell. The front door wasn't the only way into the house. It was just the only way I ever used. Behind me, at the other end of the short hallway, the door to the shared stairwell sat closed. Beige paint. Brass knob. Deadbolt. It was also the door my landlord had emailed me about. The door that sometimes seemed locked, and then later somehow wasn't. The door behind which I had heard slow, testing footsteps at 3 a.m. "Emily," the operator said, my name sounding strange, coming from a stranger. "I've got officers en route to that address. I need you to stay on the line with me. Can you go somewhere safe in your apartment and lock yourself in? A bedroom, a bathroom, the stairwell," I breathed, cutting her off without meaning to. I turned slowly, the phone pressed hard to my ear. From here, I could see both doors. The front, with its narrow window, and the stairwell door farther back. Plain and solid looking, no glass, no peephole. Just wood between me and the vertical shaft of the building. I took a step toward the hall, then another. My bare feet made almost no sound on the floor. The heater's warm breath stroked my ankles with each movement, a weird, almost obscene comfort. "Ma'am?" the operator said. Her voice felt very far away now. "What about the stairwell?" I didn't answer. Every part of my attention had narrowed down to the rectangle of that door and the small, shining circle of the deadbolt. I was close enough now to see that the lock was turned to the closed position. The metal lay horizontal instead of vertical. I remember locking it. I remember the weight of it earlier in the night, the satisfying click when it engaged. My hand rose toward it anyway, fingers stretching. I didn't quite touch it. 3 knocks sounded from the other side. They weren't like the panicked pounding on the front door. They weren't fast or frantic. They were slow, evenly spaced, each one heavy enough to make the wood vibrate under my hand. Thud. A pause long enough for my heart to climb into my throat. Thud. Another pause, thinner, tighter. Thud. The sound came from exactly the height a man would knock if he were standing on the other side, knuckles rapping the wood by my face. I went perfectly still. The only thing that moved was the trembling of the phone against my cheek. "Ma'am?" the operator said, voice sharper now. What was that sound? Before I could answer, a voice spoke from the stairwell. Close. So close, it felt like it was inside the wood. "Emily!" My name came out in a low, almost conversational rumble. No slur, no strain. Just a man's voice, like he'd used it 1,000 times to order coffee or ask for the time. Hearing it from that direction, from behind a door that should have led only to other locked doors, made my skin crawl so hard it hurt. "You don't have a peephole on this one," he continued, almost gently. His words slid through the inch-thick slab of wood as if it were paper. "You really should fix that." His breath seemed to hit the back of my ear, even though I knew there was space between us. The wood felt thinner than it had any right to. I found myself imagining his mouth close to the other side, lips almost touching the paint as he spoke, head tilted like it had been under the streetlight. The operator's voice became a distant shouting from far, far away. "Stay away from that door," she was saying. "Do not approach. Officers are almost there. Can you get to a room and lock?" I couldn't move. I could feel the grain of the wood under my palm, every raised line pressed into my skin. It was the only thing convincing me there was anything solid between us. He spoke again, lower this time, like we were sharing a secret. "10 minutes up on Maple," he said, repeating my own words back to me from the diner. I could hear the slight smile ghosting over them. "First floor, right?" It felt like being stabbed with my own sentence. Every detail I had given him rattled around in my skull. The empty building, the dead neighbors, the fact that it was basically just me. He had all of it now. He'd walked the map. My throat finally remembered how to work. "The police are on their way," I shouted, voice cracking. "They're coming here right now. Get out or they'll—" He laughed softly, not a villain's cackle, not a big cinematic sound, just a small huff of amusement, like I'd told a mildly funny joke. "We know," he said. "We," plural. Something thudded dully against the other side of the door, low down, like a shoe hitting the stair. The vibration traveled up through the wood and into my bones. Then came the footsteps, measured, unhurried, moving away. I heard them descend one step, then another, the old carpeted stairs giving a faint, muffled creak under his weight. The sound echoed up the narrow shaft of the stairwell. Thump, creak, pause, thump, creak, pause. He wasn't running. He wasn't panicking. He was taking his time. Somewhere farther down, a door opened. Not a slam, just the soft, resigned whine of poorly hung hinges. Then a gentle click as it met its frame. Not loud enough to be bravado. Not soft enough to be stealth. Just normal. Like he wasn't afraid of anyone hearing him. Not me. Not the almost never home neighbors. Not the officers driving toward an address they thought they understood. "Ma'am? Ma'am, are you still there?" the operator demanded, her voice cutting back into focus as the footsteps faded. "Emily, talk to me. Where are you in the apartment?" I realized I was no longer standing. At some point between "we know" and the last faint creak of the stairs, my knees had given out. I was sitting on the hallway floor, back pressed against the opposite wall from the stairwell door, legs half folded under me at an awkward angle. The phone was still clamped to my ear, my hand tingling from how hard I'd been gripping it. My chest ached. It took effort to drag air in. "I'm here," I managed. My voice sounded wrong, like it belonged to someone else. He was at the stairwell door. He knew my name. He repeated what I said. He said we. He's gone now. I think. I don't know. I think he went out the side. "Stay on the floor where you are," she said quickly. "Do not approach any doors or windows. Officers are almost there. You're doing good, okay? Just keep talking to me. Tell me if you hear anything else." Tell me if you see anything else. Do not hang up." Her words washed over me in a blur of instructions and reassurance I couldn't absorb. All I could really hear was the echo of his voice through that too-thin wood. "You don't have a peephole on this one. 10 minutes up on Maple. First floor, right? We know." The normal sounds of my life crept back in around the edges. The fridge humming, the heater breathing, a car passing somewhere out on Maple. But none of them felt normal anymore. They felt like background noise over something I would never be able to unhear. By the time the police got there, my apartment did not feel like mine anymore. I don't remember hanging up with the dispatcher. At some point, she said, "They're pulling up now. An officer will knock and identify themselves. Do not open the door to anyone else." And I heard knocking layered over her voice, and that was that. The first thing I really remember is the color. Blue and red light swept across my living room walls in slow, nauseating waves, bleeding through the front window and the narrow pane in the door. It turned the familiar off-white into something unreal, like the inside of an aquarium. Every few seconds the colors flipped. Red, blue, like the world couldn't decide which emergency it wanted to be. "Police!" A deep voice called from the porch. "Emily, it's the police. Can you come to the door?" My legs did not want to cooperate. They felt like they belonged to a mannequin someone had left in a freezer too long. I pushed myself up from the hallway floor, using the wall, palms slipping a little on the paint, and shuffled toward the front of the apartment. I checked the stairwell door as I passed, because apparently I like hurting myself. The deadbolt was still turned to locked, as if that made any difference. "Emily." The knock on the front door this time was firm but controlled, not frantic. "It's Officer Klein with Town Name PD." I peered through the narrow window, pushing the curtain aside with fingers that did not feel like mine. A uniformed officer stood on the porch, one hand raised, the other resting near his belt. Behind him, the distorted shapes of two cruisers flashed and pulsed, their light bars painting the street in frantic stripes. I unlatched the door with hands that shook more than I wanted them to, then opened it just wide enough to see his face. He was in his late 30s maybe, with tired eyes and rain-damp hair darkened around the edges of his hat. The reflective strips on his jacket caught the light from the cars behind him, making him look like he'd been outlined in highlighter. "You're Emily?" he asked. I nodded. My throat had decided it was done with words for the moment. He glanced over my shoulder into the apartment, eyes doing the quick sweep they all seem trained to do. Corners, windows, doors. Then he softened his tone a notch. "Okay," he said. "We're here. You called about someone at your door?" "There were two," I managed, my voice scraping. "A man and a girl. She was banging on my door, saying he followed her. He was on the street. He was at my job tonight. My words started to tangle and tangle, threatening to choke me. Another officer, a woman with her hair pulled back under her cap and rain beating on her cheeks, stepped up behind him. "Let's talk inside," she said gently. "Just you and us for a minute. Then we'll look around, okay?" I stepped back to let them in. The smell of wet fabric and cold air came with them. Damp nylon from their jackets, something metallic from their gear, and a faint whiff of the coffee that seems permanently attached to people who work nights. Their radios crackled softly, voices from somewhere else bleeding through in bursts, codes, street names, clipped confirmations. Each little burst sounded surreal in my small kitchen, like the outside world had been piped in through a speaker I hadn't agreed to. They had me sit at the table. The laminate under my palms was still faintly cool from earlier, from when I'd placed my laptop there, from when this night had been just words on a screen. "Start from the beginning," Officer Klein said, flipping open a small notebook. "As much detail as you can manage. We'll take it slow." So I did. I told them about the man at the diner the first time, and the second, about the white SUV on the edge of the lot, the blurred footage on my phone, the way he'd said Maple like he was trying it on. I told them about the girl in the hoodie sitting silent across from him, about her eyes when I said I lived alone. I told them about driving home, the headlights in the rear view that might have been nothing, the empty porch across the street, the ritual of keys and locks and lights, about the pounding on my front door, about the girl's voice asking to use my phone, her story about the bus stop, her jagged sobs. I told them about asking if she'd been at the diner, the split-second blankness in her eyes. And then I told them about the man under the streetlight, his posture, the way he didn't move like a pursuer, but like someone waiting for a show to start. By the time I got to the stairwell door, my teeth were clenched so hard my jaw ached. "He was right there," I said, staring at the beige panel, as if it might answer for itself. On the other side, he said my name. He repeated what I told him at the diner. He said, "We know." Then I heard him go down the stairs. The door downstairs opened and closed. I realized I was gripping my own arms, fingers digging bruises into my skin. The female officer, her name tag said Martinez, nodded slowly, pen moving over her pad. "Okay," she said. "You did the right thing, not opening the door. You did the right thing calling us. We're going to check the building, all right? My partner will take a look at the stairwell and the side entrance. We've already had units do a sweep of the street and the immediate area. So far, nobody matching your description, but that doesn't mean he wasn't here." "Can I see the diner footage?" Klein asked. "You said you had it on your phone?" I unlocked it with a hand that still wasn't steady and opened the security app. The thumbnails of the parking lot and the dining room popped up, each one stamped with date and time. I scrolled to the frame I'd shown myself too many times already. "There," I said, tapping the little square. "That's them." He leaned in. The grainy black and white video from around 11:45 p.m. played in a small window on the screen. The man in the denim-colored jacket and the girl in the hoodie walked in through the diner's front door, the bell over it chiming without sound. They slid into the booth by the window. He talked, hands moving. She stared at the table. "Can you pause it?" he asked. I froze it when they were mid-stride, right as they crossed the frame of the camera. The man's face turned slightly up toward the lens, his features distorted just enough by the angle and resolution to make him look both too familiar and not quite real. "That's him?" Klein said. "Yes," I said, "that's him." "And her?" He pointed at the girl, head down, hair pulled around her face. "You're sure?" "Yes," I said again. "It was her on my porch. Same build, same mouth, same everything. She just had a different hoodie on, or a different color. The light was weird." He nodded and swiped to the parking lot feed. The image here was worse, darker, more pixelated. The two of them became blurry, moving shadows. The white SUV at the far end of the lot melted into a pale block. When a car pulled in or out, the headlights bloomed into blown-out blobs. "Can we get a plate?" Martinez asked, leaning over his shoulder. He zoomed in on the SUV, until the picture turned into a mosaic of gray squares. "Not from this," he said. "Maybe your manager can give us access to a higher res feed. Or maybe the lot camera's got a different angle we can use. But right now, nope." He handed the phone back. "We're going to send a unit by the diner tomorrow. Talk to your boss, pull whatever footage they've got," he said. "For tonight, though, our priority is making sure no one's still in this building who shouldn't be." He stood, his radio crackling again as someone outside said something about the perimeter being clear. Martinez stayed seated a moment longer, looking at me in a way that made it clear she was cataloging more than my words. My twitchy hands, my unfocused stare, the way I kept glancing at the stairwell door. "You said he spoke to you through that door," she said, "but there's no peepholes. You didn't see him. You're going off voice recognition from earlier?" "Yes," I said, "and what he said. It was the same cadence, the same pauses, the same everything." She nodded once, a small, careful motion. "And you're sure it wasn't a neighbor?" she asked. "Someone else who lives in the building, playing a sick joke or—" "There is no someone else," I snapped, more harshly than I intended. My voice broke on the last word. "The nurse upstairs is on nights. The couple downstairs are never home. And they don't know where I work. They weren't at the diner. They didn't stand under my streetlight and watch my house." I realized I'd started to stand halfway through that and forced myself back down into the chair. My lungs felt hot. "Okay," she said again, holding up a hand in a small, calming gesture. "I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'm just saying we have to check every possibility. That's our job." She stood. "We're going to clear the stairwell now," she said. "Stay here. Don't answer the door for anyone who doesn't identify themselves as police, okay?" They moved through my hallway like they'd done it before. Klein went to the stairwell door, hand resting briefly on the butt of his holstered weapon. Martinez hovered near the front, watching the windows. I watched his fingers close around the brass knob. The deadbolt turned with a solid clack. The door opened a few inches, then widened. The smell of cold, stale air seeped in. Dust, concrete, old carpet. "Police!" he called into the stairwell. "If anyone's in here, call out." Silence answered. He stepped through, boots thudding on the worn carpet of the landing. I heard the creaks I'd learned over months, amplified by his heavier tread. He moved down first, toward the basement unit. Martinez stayed at the top, radio near her mouth, eyes sharp. "Side doors still locked," his voice floated up a moment later. "No signs of forced entry. Basement door is secure." He went up then, each step producing the same familiar protest from the wood. The building sounded hollow around him, like a musical instrument someone had forgotten to tune. "Top floor doors locked," he called. "Nobody in the stairwell. Side entrance shows no damage. Whoever he was, he's not here now." He came back into my apartment, bringing the cold smell with him for a moment before the warmth of my space swallowed it. "No broken locks, no pry marks," he said. "No indication anyone forced their way into the building tonight." "Then how was he here?" I asked, because that seemed like the only question that mattered. How did he knock? How did he talk to me through the door? He exchanged a look with Martinez. It wasn't dismissive. It was the look people get when they're trying to line up a weird story with the things they're paid to believe. "Ma'am," he said carefully, "we're not saying he wasn't. There are other keys to this place. Your landlord, previous tenants. Sometimes keys get copied. Sometimes they don't get turned in." It's possible someone's had access to that stairwell for a while. You're saying he could have already been inside? I said, the words tasting like metal. Before I ever called, before she knocked. It's a possibility, he said. We'll canvass the block, Martinez added. Check any external cameras. Ask if anyone saw a man matching your description. We'll take your statement formally and write this up. You're going to stay somewhere else tonight, right? With family? Friends? Yes, I said, even though I hadn't thought that far ahead yet. My parents. They're 20 minutes away. Good, she said. That's good. She jotted something in her notebook, then hesitated. Look, she added, tone shifting slightly. Sometimes, in cases like this, it turns out to be more than one person. Maybe one guy at the diner, someone else who knows the building, using the stairwell. Maybe the girl's story had pieces of truth in it, just not the way she told it. We don't know yet. The idea of it not being the same man somehow made me feel worse. If it's not him, I said, my voice brittle, that means there's more than one person who knows my map now. She didn't argue with that. As they moved around the apartment, checking windows and doors, their wet jackets brushing against my furniture, their radios crackling softly, I felt an odd, hollow kind of safety settle over me. The blue and red light still washed across the walls, painting my old, chipped paint in emergency colors. The air smelled like wet polyester and the ghost of bleach from earlier when I'd scrubbed away harmless crumbs at the diner. The officers' voices were steady, practiced, low. I was alive. I was not alone. There were uniforms and guns and forms being filled out. And yet, under all of that, something in me stayed locked in the stairwell doorway, listening to a man's voice say, 10 minutes up on Maple. First floor, right? Like it was a punchline. One of the officers, a younger guy who had been standing just inside the door this whole time, silent and watchful, looked around my tiny living room and down the short hallway as if taking in the whole layout at once. Could be someone else living in the building, he said, almost casually. Or someone who's been using the stairwell sometimes. You'd be surprised how often folks don't know who really has access to their place. He didn't mean it as a dismissal. It was just a fact, tossed into the air like another possible entry on a form. It lodged in my chest like a stone. Because whether they believed it was the same man from the diner or someone else using the stairwell sometimes, the result was the same. I was the only one who seemed sure that my life had been turned into a map, and the person holding it had already thanked me for drawing it. They told me, very gently, that I should not sleep there that night. Martinez said it first, in that careful, neutral tone that makes everything worse because you know they are trying not to scare you. If you have somewhere else, you can stay, she said, standing in my kitchen with her notebook closed now, hat pushed back a little on her head. I'd feel better if you did. Just until we get a chance to talk to your landlord, pull the diner footage, see if anything else pops. You're not going to stay and, post a guard? I heard myself ask, and immediately hated how small it sounded. We don't have the manpower to put someone outside every house with a weird incident, she said, not unkindly. We've got your report. We've got your description. Patrol's going to swing by a few extra times tonight. Take a look down Maple when they can. But if you've got family nearby, I'd go be with them. I thought about telling her that the man under the streetlight had said, "We know," when I mentioned the police, that he had not sounded particularly upset about it. Instead, I nodded. My parents are 20 minutes away, I said. I can go there. Her shoulders eased, Just a fraction. Good, she said. Pack a bag, lock up, go. If you see anything, or if anyone comes back, you call us. You call 911, not the non-emergency number. Understand? Yeah, I said. When they finally left, the apartment felt even emptier than it had before they arrived. The smell of rain and nylon and other people faded fast, replaced by the bass note of my own life. Detergent, dust, the faint, lingering trace of diner grease in my hair. The silence settled back in, heavy and uneven. I went to my bedroom and pulled out a duffel bag I usually used for overnight trips. The zipper's teeth scraped together, louder than I remembered. You'd think it would be obvious what to grab when someone tells you, pack a bag and leave. Maybe don't come back for a few days. It wasn't. Standing in the middle of my room, looking at my dresser, my closet, the little pile of laundry in the corner, everything suddenly sorted itself into a new category. Would I miss this if I never saw this place again? My hands shook as I picked things up and put them back down. A couple of pairs of jeans, 2 sweaters, underwear, socks, my old hoodie from high school, too soft and too worn in to leave behind. The smallest version of my life that I could cram into a bag and carry at a run, if it came to that. I hesitated over my laptop on the nightstand, then slipped it into its case and slid that into the duffel too. The charger snaked in after it. I grabbed the folder with my passport and birth certificate from the file box under my bed, hands cold as I tucked it between shirts. The "If the building burns down" documents, toothbrush, face wash, the cheap lavender body wash that suddenly seemed childish. My phone charger from the outlet by the couch. The paperback I was halfway through, though I knew I wouldn't be able to concentrate on it. Each item I chose felt like I was silently admitting I might not be back for the rest. When the bag was full, the zipper closed with a final, reluctant sound. I slung the strap over my shoulder. It dug into my collarbone, the weight of my most important things suddenly very literal. On my way to the door, I stopped in the hallway. The stairwell door waited at the end, innocuous beige, landlord's dull paint job catching the overhead light in a flat sheen. The deadbolt sat in the locked position, horizontal. The house was quiet again. The fridge was between cycles, the heater in a lull. The only sound was the faint tick of the kitchen clock and the whisper of my own breath. I felt like if I left without checking it one more time, without at least looking directly at it, I'd be leaving something unfinished that would follow me. I walked toward it. Up close, there was nothing to see beyond what had always been there. Paint chipped near the bottom where someone's shoes had scuffed it, a faint smudge near the knob from hands over the years, the hairline crack in the molding from when the building had settled. I put my palm flat against the wood where his voice had felt like it was coming through. It was cool and smooth, indifferent to my touch. No sound came from the other side. No breath, no shifting weight, no echo of footsteps. Just the void of the stairwell waiting beyond. For a second, I tried to imagine the whole night hadn't happened, that the only people who moved through that space were my nurse neighbor and the couple downstairs, rushing past on their way to lives that didn't intersect with mine. The image wouldn't stick. Every time I tried to picture the stairwell empty, I saw him instead, standing on the other side of that door, with his mouth close to the wood, eyes level with where mine would be, saying, "You really should fix that." After a moment, I pulled my hand back. The skin of my palm tingled. "Not tonight," I said under my breath to the door, because talking to inanimate objects is apparently who I had become. Then I grabbed my keys, shut off the kitchen light, locked the front door, and left. I slept at my parents' house that night. Slept, being generous. Mostly, I lay on the pull-out couch in their den, listening to the old pipes groan and the neighbors' sprinklers hiss, jumping at every car that rolled past their quiet cul-de-sac. We met with the landlord a few days later. He'd called after the police contacted him about access to the building, about keys, about other sets of locks, about whether anyone else could be getting in. His email had been short, tight. We need to talk about what happened. And also about the lease. So we did. He met me at the house on Maple in the late morning, when the November light made everything look flatter and less dramatic. His car, a sensible, aging sedan, was parked crooked in the driveway. He stood on the porch with a clipboard and a manila folder. His expression caught somewhere between irritation and concern. He was in his 50s, with the permanent squint of someone who'd spent years trying to decide if tenants were telling the truth. He'd always been brusque with me, not cruel, but efficient. Check went through fine. Slow pay, not fine. Leaky faucet, fine. Emergency, we'll see. Morning, he said, unlocking the front door. You okay? It was the kind of you okay people ask when they expect you to say yes. I'm managing, I said. He grunted, which I took as acceptance. We stepped into the hallway. In daylight, the place looked smaller. Dust motes floated in the shaft of sun coming through the front window. The hallway paint, which had looked neutral at night, now showed every roller mark and cheap patch. I've changed the locks on the side entrance, he said, gesturing vaguely toward the back. Gave a spare key to your upstairs neighbor and the couple downstairs. No one else. The cops didn't find signs of forced entry on either door, so I don't really know what to tell you beyond that. It's not forced entry I'm worried about, I said quietly. He sighed. Yeah. Well, we moved toward the stairwell together. He wanted to look at it himself, check the frame, the hinges, the lock. He rattled off something about liability and safety, and if the police write this up a certain way, it could be a problem for insurance. He reached for the knob and then stopped. For a second, I thought he'd heard something on the other side, some echo I'd missed. His shoulders went rigid, his head tilted in a way that made my stomach clench. Then I saw where he was looking. On the inside surface of the stairwell door, the side that faced the hallway, the side I had run my hand over before leaving, there was new writing. 3 words, black marker, all caps. Neat, deliberate lines about an inch high, positioned exactly at eye level. Thanks for the map. The letters were thick and dark, the ink still so saturated it seemed to sit on top of the paint instead of in it. At the edges of a couple of strokes, it had bled slightly, a tiny feathering where the marker had been pressed down hard or dragged a fraction too slowly. It was not the wild scrawl of a drunk. There was no wobble, no uneven slant. The words sat perfectly straight on an invisible baseline, spaced evenly as if someone had taken their time. The sound that came out of me didn't turn into a word. He turned to look at me, eyes narrower now. This you? He snapped, then caught himself and shook his head. No, sorry, that doesn't make sense. Some friend of yours think this was funny? I stared at the words. Thanks for the map. I thought about standing in the diner under that flickering neon, telling a stranger I lived 10 minutes north, just off Maple. First floor. It's basically just me. I thought about his voice through the stairwell door. repeating my description back to me like he was reading directions off a GPS. 10 minutes up on Maple. First floor, right? No, I said, and my voice came out as a rasp. I didn't tell anyone to do this. I don't have friends who think this is funny. He made a disgusted sound and dug into his jacket pocket for a set of keys, jangling them harder than necessary. Kids, then, he muttered, or someone's buddy. It's vandalism, either way. You know I'm going to have to repaint this, right? I can't have stuff like this on the property. It makes us look... Like what? I said. Accurate? He shot me a look that said I was making his day more complicated. I'll cover the paint, he said. But I'm also going to have to think about whether this place is still a good fit, given everything. Everything. My fear. The police report. The fact that someone with a marker and enough time to write a straight line of letters had been inside our shared skeleton. He disappeared downstairs to get the leftover paint from the basement. I stayed where I was, staring. The longer I looked at the words, the more wrong it all felt. The way the ink sat on the slightly uneven roller texture. The tiny drag mark at the tail of the P, like the marker had been lifted mid-stroke because somebody heard something. It was a message, but it was also a signature. Not his name. Mine. Thanks for the map. He was thanking me for helping him draw the lines. When the landlord came back with a paint tray and a roller, the smell hit first. Cold latex and the faint tang of something chemical. He shook the can harder than necessary, pried the lid off with a screwdriver, poured a shallow pool of dull beige into the tray. Step back, he said. I'll get this covered. I watched as he rolled the paint over the words with quick, practiced strokes. The black disappeared under the beige in seconds, swallowed whole. First coat, then a second, then a little attention to the edges, feathering it out so the patch would blend. It didn't. Even wet, the new paint caught the hallway light differently than the old. Smoother, shinier. The rectangle where the words had been looked like a bandage on skin. Same color family. Wrong texture. See? He said, more to himself than to me. Easy fix. You can't even tell it was there. He cleaned the roller in the bathtub and left not long after, grumbling about tenants and cops and kids these days. His car backing out of the driveway with a crunch of gravel. The house swallowed the sound and went back to its usual creaks. I stood in front of the stairwell door for a long time, staring at the patch as it dried. The rest of the door had a slightly rough feel if you ran your fingers over it. Microscopic bumps where dust had settled into the last paint job, the subtle drag of age. The new section was different. When I finally reached out and laid my fingertips over it, it felt smoother, almost slick, cooler than the surrounding wood, even though they'd all been in the same air for the same amount of time. I pressed my hand flat. Under the thin layer of fresh paint, under the roller marks and the landlord's annoyance, the marker still existed. The ink might not show anymore, but it was still there. Molecules sunk into the old layer. The words sitting between coats, like something buried shallow in a grave. Thanks for the map. I could not see them, but I knew exactly where they were. I pulled my hand back and wiped it absently on my jeans, as if I'd touched something that could rub off. From that day on, the stairwell door was never just a door again. It was a headstone I had to walk past every time I went to the kitchen, marking the place where a stranger had said thank you for knowing exactly where to find me. Moving out did not feel like leaving. It felt like pausing a movie I did not want to keep watching, but that I knew would still be playing somewhere in the dark every time I closed my eyes. My sister had a small townhouse across town, in a quieter subdivision with cul-de-sacs and recycling bins lined up like soldiers every Tuesday morning. When I called her that night from my parents' place and told her, in the shorthand version, stripped of stairwell doors and voices through wood, that I had a situation at my apartment and needed somewhere to crash, she did not ask many questions. "Bring your stuff," she said. "You can take the couch until you figure it out." The first night I slept there, I didn't really sleep. Her living room was smaller than mine, but it felt big in a different way. There were framed pictures on the walls, potted plants by the window, a bookshelf that actually had more books than dust. The couch was soft, the kind that swallows you a little. She gave me a blanket that smelled like her detergent and a pillow that smelled like her dog, who watched me solemnly from the doorway and then decided I was not interesting enough to bother. "You're safe here," she said, standing in the entryway in her old college t-shirt. "There's neighbors. There's a security camera on the end of the block. The HOA won't even let people park overnight where they're not supposed to. Criminals hate HOAs." I laughed at that because she wanted me to. Then she went upstairs and the house settled around me. The quiet in her place was different than the quiet in mine. There was the faint hum of a fridge, the tick of her thermostat, the occasional whoosh of a car passing the end of the street. Through the wall, I could hear a neighbor's TV, too low to make out words, just a rise and fall of voices. I lay on the couch fully dressed, jeans, hoodie, socks. My duffel bag sat on the floor within arm's reach, zipper half open, as if I might need to grab it and run. I turned off the lamp. The room went dark except for the digital clock on the cable box and a sliver of light from the street lamp outside filtering through the blinds. Somewhere in the house, the heater kicked on. The vents rattled, then sighed. I waited for the knocking. It didn't come. Not really. But my brain filled the silence with ghosts of it. Every time the fridge cycled off, every time the heater paused, every time the neighbor's TV hit a quiet patch, I heard the echo of 3 slow, heavy knocks in my head. Thud, pause, thud, pause, thud. My heart would jump, my muscles clench, and then nothing. No real sound. Just my nerves replaying something they didn't know how to file. I fell asleep at some point with my phone in my hand and my shoes still on. In the morning, the couch fabric had left lines on my face. My neck ached. My sister's dog was snoring on the rug like nothing in the world had ever gone wrong. The next few days blurred. There were calls from the police with no real news, footage requested, canvassing done, no one matching my description of the man or the girl picked up or clearly visible anywhere nearby. There was an email from my landlord that managed to sound both inconvenienced and vaguely threatening about the disturbance and viable tenancy. Somewhere in there, I quit my job at the diner. I thought about going in to do it in person, but the idea of standing behind that counter again, waiting for the bell over the door to ring and reveal whoever chose to walk through, made my skin crawl. So I called the main line instead, my phone pressed to my ear in my sister's small kitchen, staring out at the manicured little patch of lawn behind her sliding glass door. My manager picked up. The line crackled a bit. The cheap cordless they kept by the register always sounded like that. "Hey, M," he said. "You alive? Heard something went down at your place." The cops came by asking for footage. Yeah, I said. That's why I'm calling. I told him, as plainly as I could, that I couldn't work the night shift anymore, that I didn't feel safe, that the man who had followed me home, because I had stopped trying to soften that phrase for myself, had been a customer there, that the idea of refilling his coffee, or someone just like him, while pretending everything was fine, was not something I could make myself do. I used words like safety issue and comfort level, because they sound better on the phone than I don't want to die in your parking lot. He was quieter than I expected. Yeah, okay, he said finally. I get it. I'd be freaked too. I'm not going to fight you on this. I'll mark you down as done after this week. If you need a reference, I got you. Thanks, I said, and meant it. I'll come by to clear out my locker. The last time I went back to the diner, it was daytime, late afternoon. The sky was a flat, dull gray, the kind that makes everything look like a photograph that's been washed a few times. The neon sign was off, the big red diner letters dead for now, though I could still hear their buzz in my head. The parking lot looked smaller in daylight. The potholes were more obvious, the crack running through the asphalt like a vein more pronounced. My car felt out of place, pulling into a space near the back door. I could smell the familiar mix as soon as I opened the door. Grease, coffee, cleaner. It made my stomach twist. There were a few cars scattered here and there. Midday truckers, a family minivan, an older sedan I didn't recognize. On the far edge of the lot, the gravel bore the faint imprint of tire tracks that might have been there for weeks. I caught myself staring at them. They were just curved lines in dirt, half erased by rain and other cars, but in my head, they belonged to a white SUV, parked at an angle, nose toward the highway, lights off. You don't know that, I told myself. Tires are tires. Ruts are ruts. Not every mark is his. Inside, the diner felt wrong. The layout was the same. Every table and booth in its place. Every napkin dispenser where it should be. But the light coming in through the windows was different than the harsh, artificial glow I'd come to associate with the place. It made the chrome less forgiving, highlighted the scratches on the counter. My manager waved at me from behind the register. "Locker's all yours," he said. "I pulled the stuff out in case, you know. You didn't want to be in the back alone. It's in that box." My name tag, an extra pair of non-slip shoes, a half-used notebook where I'd scribbled down orders, a couple of pens, a small bottle of lotion, a photo strip someone had left in a tip once that I'd kept for no reason. I put it all in my bag with that same weird feeling of triage I'd had at my apartment. "Hey," he said, hesitating, "you want to see the cameras?" I hadn't expected him to offer. I also hadn't expected myself to say yes. He led me into the tiny office off the kitchen, where the security monitor sat on a shelf above the ancient metal desk. In the harsh overhead light, the room looked even more cramped than I remembered. The monitor screen was divided into quadrants: dining room, counter, back door, parking lot. I gave the cops the dates they asked for, he said, flipping through the digital logs. But I've been looking around a little more, just in case. He typed, clicked, scrubbed through timelines with the grim focus of someone who had discovered his business was part of somebody else's story and wasn't sure he liked the role. On the screen, sped up, days flashed by. Customers came and went in jerky, sped-up motions. Cars slid in and out of spaces, headlights smearing into streaks when he fast-forwarded at night. "Here," he said, slowing it down. This was a week before the night. Late evening. The lot was half empty. My car was there in its usual spot near the door. At the very edge of the frame, just inside the arc of the security light, a white SUV sat angled toward the road, too bright in the overexposed image to see details, but distinct enough in shape. I watched the timestamp. 10:12 p.m., 10:45, 11:30, midnight. The SUV stayed. No one visible got in or out on camera. No one walked from the front door toward it. It just existed there, a block of pale pixels, while my smaller, darker car left and came back on separate nights. Maybe that's the night you just didn't notice him, my manager said, trying to be reasonable. People sit in their cars sometimes, make calls, nap, play lookout, I muttered. He rewound a few days more, picked a different afternoon, then a late night. The same SUV, or a very similar one, appeared again and again in the background. Sometimes parked closer, sometimes farther. Always just at the fringe of the light where the camera struggled. Always at hours when the lot should have turned over. Some nights, it stayed through the whole closing process. Other days, it showed up for an hour in the lull between dinner and the late rush, then vanished without anyone coming in on the dining room feed. I felt my skin go tight. I don't remember a customer with that car, I said. Not regular, not once. If it was a trucker, I'd recognize the face. If it was a local, I'd know them. He watched the screen, jaw tightening. Cops will probably do the same thing, he said. Scrub through this stuff. Look for patterns. Plate might have caught on a different camera, on a different day. We'll see. We'll see. On the monitor, a sped-up version of me moved across the frame, wiping tables, refilling coffee, living a life that didn't know it was being watched from the edge of the lot. Scouting, I thought. He was scouting, mapping the routines, figuring out when the lot was emptiest, when my car was there and when it wasn't, how long after we closed I usually left. Moving out of my apartment hadn't turned any of that off. It hadn't rewound the tape or erased the tracks in the gravel. It just meant that now, when the fridge stopped humming, or the heater paused, or the world held its breath for one too long second, the silence didn't belong to one building anymore. It belonged to everywhere I went. On paper, moving fixed everything. New town, new zip code, new job, new lease with my name and someone else's company letterhead at the top, a new map. I picked the town like someone picking a table in an almost empty restaurant. Not the one closest to the door, not the one in the spotlight, but somewhere off to the side where I could see the exits without anyone really seeing me. It was bigger than the place off Route 22. More traffic, more lights, more people who minded their own business because there were simply too many other things to look at. My new building rose 5 floors instead of 3. A narrow brick rectangle squeezed between a laundromat and a nail salon. The lobby smelled like industrial cleaner and something floral from the fake plant on the corner table. There was a metal buzzer panel by the front door, each button labeled with a unit number instead of a name. 201, 202, 301, 302. You had to be buzzed in or use a key to get inside. No casual wanderers drifting through a half-latched side entrance just to see. There was a camera in the lobby too. 2, actually. One aimed at the front door, one at the mailboxes, their small black domes tucked up against the ceiling. You could see the live feed on a monitor behind the manager's desk when the door was open. The resolution was clear enough that you could count the stripes on someone's shirt if you wanted to. The parking lot out back was small but bright, ringed by tall poles with LED fixtures that threw hard white circles onto the asphalt all night. No dark gravel edges where a car could sit and blur into the shadows. From my bedroom window, if I angled myself just right, I could see the entire lot spread below like a diagram. Each space, each car, each person crossing from one to the other. When I toured the building, the manager, a woman in her 60s with too much lipstick and a key ring that jingled like a warning bell, showed me two possible units, one near the elevator, right off the main hallway, and one at the very end of a long corridor, back from the traffic. "I'll take that one," I said, pointing to the end unit before she finished her sentence. She blinked. "Most people like to be closer to the elevator," she said, "less walking." "I don't mind the walk," I said. "I like it quiet." She shrugged and marked it on her sheet. I signed the lease in her cramped little office while she talked about trash pickup schedules and laundry room hours and the building's no smoking, no loitering policy. My hand cramped around the pen. Somewhere in the background, the security monitor quietly recorded both of us. The apartment itself was fine. Smaller than my place on Maple in some ways, bigger in others. The kitchen was newer, with fake stone counters and a fridge that hummed at a higher pitch than my old one, like it was trying harder. The floors were laminate instead of worn wood, which meant no familiar creaks when I walked, just the soft, hollow thud of my own footsteps. My windows faced the alley and the back lot. At night, the light from the street and the distant glow of the main road painted the walls in a constant low-level illumination. Not bright, but never fully dark. There were always headlights gliding in the distance, always the faint thrum of buses, the occasional rise and fall of a siren. It was like sleeping next to a city's pulse. I picked the bedroom farthest from the front door. There was only one door to the hallway, one deadbolt, one chain, no shared stairwell, no internal doors that led to other people's homes. If anyone wanted to get to me, they'd have to come in the way I did, past the buzzer, through the lobby, under the cameras, up the elevator or stairs, down the long corridor, past 3 other apartments whose doors sat between mine and the world. It was not perfect, but it was layered, and that was something. I unpacked slowly. My duffel bag spilled out familiar clothes into unfamiliar drawers. The folder with my documents went into a drawer in the new cheap pressboard dresser instead of under my bed. My laptop took up its place on the small kitchen table. The ceramic bowl for my keys sat on the counter by the door again, because some rituals were too ingrained to change. The sounds were the hardest adjustment. I had gotten used to the specific noises of the house on Maple. The fridge's low, steady hum, the particular way the heater clanked itself awake, the occasional creak of someone's foot on the shared stairs, the sudden, impossible silences when everything cut out at once. Here, the soundtrack was different from the first night. There were neighbors above and below me. I could hear them walking sometimes, the faint thump of feet, the squeak of a bed frame, a muffled laugh through the ceiling. A baby cried down the hall once, late, then quieted. Somewhere on the second floor, someone liked to play music low and steady in the evenings. The bass was just a pressure in the walls, not a melody. Outside, buses sighed as they pulled up to the stop on the corner, their doors hissing open and shut. Cars rolled past with tires on wet pavement, the the sound rising and fading. Sirens threaded through the night at odd intervals, far enough away to be distant, close enough to remind me that the world was busy doing things that had nothing to do with me. If Maple had felt like a house holding its breath, this place felt like lungs constantly working. Inhale, exhale, noise in, noise out. I found a job quicker than I expected. Not at a diner. I couldn't imagine taking an order at a booth again without seeing a white SUV out the window. Instead, I started at a coffee shop a few blocks away. One of those not quite chains with mismatched furniture, chalkboard menus, and a tip jar with a joke written on it every day. The shift was still evenings, 4 to close most nights, because that was what I knew and what my body clock still reached for. But the atmosphere was different. More students, fewer truckers, people with laptops instead of highway maps. The biggest risk most nights was someone getting too attached to an armchair and refusing to leave at closing. I still wore a name tag. It still said Emily in cheerful block letters. I still said, "How are you?" And "What can I get started for you?" And "Have a good night." So many times they stopped sounding like words. But I did not tell anyone where I lived. When regulars started to recognize me, when one of them, a woman in her 40s, who liked oat milk lattes and true crime podcasts, asked, "Do you live nearby?" I smiled and said, "Yeah, over that way," with a vague wave of my hand that could have indicated half the city. I stopped saying, "I live alone." If it came up, I said my roommate instead. My roommate hates the cold. My roommate works weird hours too. My roommate watches the worst reality TV. There was no roommate, just me and the hum of the building. But letting strangers imagine someone else was an easy lie. I noticed how quickly it came out of my mouth, that invented presence. How natural it felt to plant that decoy in their heads. At work, when coworkers made small talk over the dish sink, I edited everything. "You moved here from where?" One of them, Sam, a guy my age with a permanent smudge of espresso grounds on his forearm, asked one slow night. "Just a smaller town out off the highway," I said. "Needed a change." "Yeah, this place'll do that," he said, stacking mugs. "You close enough to walk?" "Sometimes," I said. "Sometimes I take the bus," which was true. Sometimes I did. Sometimes I didn't. Sometimes I took the long way home just to make sure no car kept the same distance behind me for more than a block. A week or two into the job, during a dead spot between the after-work rush and the late-night students, Sam wiped his hands on a towel and nodded toward the street. "You know," he said, "I pass a bunch of apartment complexes on my way in. If you're anywhere near that strip, maybe we could carpool one of these days. Save both of us some gas." He meant it innocently. There was no angle in his face, no lingering stare. Just the math of two people who worked the same hours and lived in roughly the same direction. Before March, back when the scariest part of my life had been a rude customer or a bad tip night, I might have said, "Yeah, I'm at name a building, near the laundromat," without thinking. Now, I felt my throat tighten. "I'm kind of all over the place right now," I said instead, forcing a small laugh. "Still figuring out if I'm staying where I am or moving again. It's complicated." He lifted his hands in a little surrender gesture. "Got you," he said. "No worries. Offer's there if it ever makes sense." He went back to wiping down the counter, humming something tuneless under his breath. I stood by the espresso machine, rinsing a portafilter that was already clean, and realized my heart was pounding like I'd just run from something. My palms were damp. My shoulders ached from clenching. All he'd done was ask where I lived. All I'd done was sidestep it. And yet, inside, it felt like I just crouched lower in the brush, while something with better teeth sniffed the air a few feet away. Resetting the map, I was learning, did not mean no one would ever ask for directions again. It just meant that now, finally, I knew how dangerous it was to hand them out. The thing that finally pushed me into writing this down did not happen at night. It was a Sunday afternoon, the kind of day that's supposed to be boring in a comforting way. 2 months ago, from the night I'm sitting here typing this. Bright, loud, crowded, no stairwells, no whispering through doors, just a grocery store. I'd fallen into a new kind of routine by then. Work the evening shift at the coffee shop, sleep badly, wake up late, pretend the daylight washed everything clean. On Sundays, I tried to be a person who did normal things. Laundry, groceries, maybe a movie, if I could sit through 90 minutes without checking the exits. The store was only a few blocks from my new place. Big, fluorescent, the kind that always smells faintly like a mixture of bakery sugar, produced mist, and industrial floor cleaner. The parking lot was full, carts packed into the corral crookedly, kids arguing near the minivan doors, while parents tried to wrangle everyone inside. Safe chaos. Inside, it was all the things my brain likes to pretend mean nothing bad can happen. Bright lights, music playing a pop playlist just loud enough to be annoying, the constant beep of scanners at the front registers, the murmur of people arguing over brands of pasta sauce. I pushed my cart through the automatic doors and let that noise wrap around me. Rows of cereal boxes in colors no one should eat first thing in the morning. A kid in a Spider-Man hoodie holding a box up to his mom like it was treasure. An elderly couple arguing gently over which brand of oatmeal had been the one they always bought for 20 years. I put my usual things in the cart. Cereal that promised fiber like it was a personality trait. Frozen meals with optimistic pictures on the front and disappointment inside. A bag of salad I would probably forget in the crisper until it liquefied. Coffee, obviously. Milk, bread, eggs, because that's what you're supposed to have. In the bakery section, the air was warm and thick with the smell of sugar and yeast. A tray of cookies had just come out. The plastic lids on the containers were fogged slightly from the residual heat. I watched a kid press his fingers almost to the plastic, hovering, before his dad tugged him away gently. Everything was so aggressively normal, it almost hurt. This is what your life should be, the store said. Decisions about brands, not about locks. I made my way through produce, weaving around a woman, loudly complaining into her phone about her in-laws. The background music switched to some old pop song that had been in 100 commercials. A toddler in another cart chewed on a receipt, while his mother tried to pry it from his damp fist. I joked with myself that if the universe wanted to send me a sign, it could at least use a loyalty discount, something with coupons attached. I reached the front of the store and picked a checkout line, the second one from the end, because the end ones always feel too exposed. The conveyor belt was half full of someone else's stuff. Canned soup, paper towels, 3 bottles of wine. The woman in front of me was in her 30s, hair pulled into a messy bun, sunglasses perched on top of her head like she'd forgotten they were there. She was arguing with the cashier about a price match. "I swear it said 2 for $5, she said, tapping the screen. It was right there on the tag. I can go take a picture if you want." The cashier was doing that strained smile people in service jobs do when they're trying to stay polite, but their soul has left their body. "If the sign is wrong, I can adjust it," he said. "But the system says—" He trailed off, picked up the small, tethered pen by his register, and scribbled something at the top of her receipt as he printed it. Probably a code, something to mark the override. The kind of meaningless scrawl cashiers and servers have been making for decades. The woman squinted at the paper as he handed it to her. "This pen is dying," she said, half joking, holding it up. "You guys need new ones. I can barely read that." "It's just for us," he said lightly. "Don't worry about it." She shrugged, crumpled the receipt in her hand, and tossed it into the small trash can by the side of the register as she left, cart rattling away. I moved forward, started unloading my stuff onto the belt. Box after box, bag after bag. The cashier gave me a tired but genuine smile. "Find everything okay?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Busy day, huh?" "Sunday," he said with a little shrug. "Everyone remembers they're out of milk at the same time." We went through the familiar dance. Beep, slide, beep, slide. He asked if I had a loyalty card. I said my phone number and watched the total climb on the little display. The pop song changed to another. A baby in the next lane started crying because his balloon had bumped the ceiling and flown away. His dad tried to negotiate with the laws of physics. I wasn't thinking about Maple, or the stairwell, or the words on that door. I was thinking about whether I'd grabbed enough coffee to last the week. The cashier hit a wrong key, winced, and grabbed the pen again. "Sorry," he muttered, scratching something at the top of his own pad. Some internal note, a correction. The pen stuttered on the paper, ink faint. "Seriously," he said, half to himself. "This thing's done." He tossed it down, finished ringing my last couple of items, and hit the total. The printer whirred and spit out a long, thin receipt, still warm. He glanced at the top, squinting, then frowned and picked up the pen again. "This thing's almost out," he said. He braced the receipt on the counter, just to the side of the scanner, and wrote something on the top margin, where cashiers usually test pens. Lines, loops, a doodle, whatever. The ink skipped, then flowed. The woman in front of me had been right. The pen was on its last legs. Whatever he wrote came out faint, in uneven strokes. He balled the receipt up in his fist. "Ugh, no, that's useless," he said, more annoyed with the pen than anything. He tossed the wadded paper into the same little trash can, grabbed a new pen from under the register, and scribbled on the countertop this time to get it going. "Sorry, these things die all at once." He printed another receipt for me, clean, unmarked, and slid it across the counter with my change. "Have a good one," he said. "You too," I answered automatically. I moved my cart forward, fingers tight on the handle, and then, I do not know why, I glanced into the small trash can. Maybe it was because the woman had complained about not being able to read what he'd written. Maybe it was because trash cans near registers are always full of other people's tiny mistakes and secrets. Voided slips, candy wrappers, lottery tickets. On top of the crumpled papers and discarded gum wrappers, the receipt he'd tossed lay half unfurled, not quite balled up, the top portion still visible. The pen had stuttered and skipped, but it had gotten enough ink out to form letters, lowercase, not uppercase, smaller, but shaped in a way I knew too well. Thanks for the map, no punctuation. No capitals, just 4 words, crammed into the margin where a cashier might test a dying pen. The T in thanks, slightly taller. The loop on the H, too narrow. The M in map, with its middle arch, lower than the outer ones. I went cold. The air in the store didn't change. The music didn't stop. The beeping of the scanners didn't cut out. But for a second, it was like someone had pressed mute on everything except the sound of my pulse in my ears. I stared at the receipt, my vision tunneling slightly, the edges of the world blurring while those 4 words stayed sharp. The rational part of my brain, small, exhausted, but not dead, raised its hand. Coincidence, it said. Someone wrote that. Could have been a joke between employees. Could have been some kid. Could have been some bored cashier writing the same nonsense phrase over and over without knowing it meant anything to anyone. People say weird stuff. People quote strangers. You don't own these words. The other part of my brain, the one that had stood in a dark hallway, listening to a man's voice through a door, watched that lowercase m on map, and remembered the uppercase version on the stairwell, remembered the neatness, the control. "Ma'am," the cashier said, breaking through. "You're all set." I jerked my gaze away from the trash can like I'd been caught staring at something I shouldn't see. "Right," I said, my voice too bright. "Sorry." I pushed my cart out of the lane, my fingers numb on the handle. In the vestibule, between the sliding doors, the automatic air freshener hissed and released a spray of fake citrus smell. A kid whined about wanting a candy bar. Someone dropped a coin. It pinged against the tile and rolled. I made myself breathe. In, out, in, out. Tried to file what I'd seen under the same category as misprinted labels and weird graffiti in bathroom stalls. Coincidence, I repeated silently. There are only so many words in the world. You're not the only person who has ever drawn a map for someone with your mouth. Outside, the parking lot was a sheet of light and metal. Cars slid in and out of spaces. People loaded bags into trunks, climbed into driver's seats, checked their phones, scolded their kids. Shopping carts clattered against each other in the corrals. I walked toward my car, keys already in my hand like a talisman. Halfway there, the feeling hit me before the sight did. That slow, oily turn in my stomach. The sense that something wasn't wrong yet, but was about to be. I looked up. 2 spaces down from mine, parked nose to nose with my little sedan, was an SUV. White, maybe off-white in this light. Newer than the one at the diner, or older. Hard to tell, with the sun reflecting off the hood. Tall, boxy shape. Front grille like a set of clenched teeth. Headlights off. Windows tinted enough that the interior was just a dark smear. It might have been any family's car. There were a dozen similar ones in the lot. But the way it sat there, directly facing my car, angled just slightly as if it had turned in toward me at the last second, made my throat tighten. I couldn't see if anyone was inside. The reflections from the sky, and the store, and the sign all layered over the glass, turning it into a mirror. I told myself, firmly, that it was not the same SUV. Different state, different town, different parking lot. Cars are not haunted. Shapes repeat. My body did not care. My fingers fumbled the key fob. I dropped my bag of groceries, apples and cereal sliding sideways in the flimsy plastic. The sound of a car starting somewhere behind me made me flinch. I forced myself to bend, pick up the bag, and walk the last few steps to my car without running. My heart pounded hard enough that my chest hurt. As I unlocked my door and climbed in, I could feel the weight of the SUV's dark windshield pointed at me, like an eye. When I shut the door, the beep of someone else's car alarm arming sounded across the lot. Inside the car, the world went quieter, but not quiet. In the cup holder, the grocery store receipt I'd been handed, clean, printed, ordinary, rustled faintly as the air from the vent hit it. I put the keys in the ignition and sat for a moment, staring straight ahead, not letting myself look to the side. Coincidence, I told myself again. But when I finally drove away, I checked my mirrors all the way home. After the grocery store, I stopped pretending this was just about one building on Maple. I started locking my door twice. Not in the literal sense. You can only turn a deadbolt so many times. But in the ritual sense. Lock, wiggle, pull, step away, come back, lock, wiggle, pull. Sometimes, halfway down the hall, I would turn around and do it again, because my brain had decided the first two didn't count. I checked windows I knew I'd never opened. I slid my hand along the bottom edge of the front door to feel for drafts, as if the presence of a breeze would somehow be proof the world was leaking in. In the old life, he had needed me to speak the map out loud. 10 minutes up on Maple, first floor, right? Back then, the routes between places lived mostly in our heads or on paper. You told someone where you lived, they drew the line themselves. No line, no route. Here, in my new town, it hit me slowly that I could say nothing at all and still be broadcasting. I realized it one night on the bus, my phone in my hand, my thumb hovering over the blue arrow on the map app. There it was, my little dot, pulsing. The thin, pale gray lines of the streets, the thicker ones of the bus corridors, the faint ghost of previous searches I'd done. Grocery store, coffee shop, laundromat, lurking in the search bar's history. I remembered all the times I'd let the app guide me when I first moved, following the calm, computerized voice. In 200 feet, turn left. I remembered the "your commute" cards that had started popping up in the morning. Little banners telling me it would take 18 minutes to get to work, based on usual traffic. Usual, my usual. I turned location permissions off for that app the moment I made the connection. Then I turned them off for everything else. No more allow while using. No more share precise location. The little blue dots and pins that had been so helpful when I was new suddenly felt like freckles someone else had drawn on my skin. I didn't use rideshare anymore. I stopped ordering food delivery and went back to walking to pick it up, even when it was cold or raining, even when the idea of being outside at night made my chest tight. When a coworker asked if I was on any social apps, I lied and said I was bad at that stuff. No check-ins. No tagged photos with the name of my building in the corner. No love my cozy little street posts. If someone absolutely needed directions, I gave them cross streets and landmarks, not my exact address. It's near the laundromat on 12th, instead of it's 304B. By the bus stop with the broken bench, instead of second building on the left. You can live in a place without ever saying its name out loud. It just feels like you're in witness protection from your own life. The thing is, none of that erases what's already there. The apps still had whatever they had. The phone still knew what it knew. I went into settings and cleared history where I could. Deleted search entries. Turned off recent places. Every time I hit clear, a little confirmation box would pop up. This may affect your personalized experience. Good, I thought. I want my experience depersonalized. I want it to forget me. It didn't. Not really. One night, a few weeks after the grocery store, I was lying in bed with my phone face down on the nightstand. It was late, almost midnight. I'd closed at the coffee shop, walked the long way home on purpose, making 3 unnecessary turns just to see if anyone matched me. No cars had lingered behind mine for more than a block. No footsteps had synced with mine long enough to make alarms go off in my head. Back in the apartment, I had done the whole routine again. Lock, wiggle, pull. Check the chain. Check the windows. Stand in the middle of the living room and listen. The building sighed around me. My upstairs neighbor's TV murmured something indistinct and then clicked off. A bus sighed to a stop outside, then pulled away. The fridge hummed at its higher pitch. Someone down the hall laughed and then stopped. I turned off the lamp. In the dark, the only light came from the bluish glow of the street filtering through the blinds and the tiny charging light on my phone. I closed my eyes. Sleep didn't come quickly anymore. When I finally drifted, it was more like slipping in and out of shallow water than falling. I'd sink just enough for the thoughts to get fuzzy, then jerk back up at some small noise. A pipe clank, a car door, my own breath catching. I must have crossed some invisible line between those two states when it happened. A sound cut through the dark. Not the building, not the street, not the heater or the fridge or the pipes. My phone, a bright, chiming ping from the nightstand, sharp and clean. The default notification sound it had shipped with. The one I had gone into settings and turned off months ago in favor of silent banners and a quiet buzz. I opened my eyes. The room was the same dim gray, but my phone screen was lit now, casting a small rectangle of cold light across the tabletop and onto the wall. It made the edges of the water glass beside it glow. For a second, I just stared at it, heart already accelerating. Then I reached for it. The lock screen showed the time, 12:23 a.m., because of course, and beneath it, a single notification. Map app icon. Rate your usual route home from work. My thumb hesitated above the glass. I unlocked the phone. The app had opened itself under the notification. I don't know if that was automatic or if I brushed something without realizing it. But suddenly, the screen was full of a familiar layout. A simplified map of my part of town, streets in white, background in gray. A small blue dot pulsing where my building was. A thicker blue line overlaid on the streets between that dot and another point a few blocks away. The coffee shop. At the top, a little card. How was your trip? Rate your usual route home from work. Usual. My usual. There was a small X in the corner to dismiss it. A star rating bar. A suggestion below about reporting road issues. Beneath the blue dot that marked my current location, the app had placed a label. Not one I'd added. I had never tapped Set as Home. I had never told it I lived here. I had made a point of not giving it names, but there it was, in soft gray text, hovering beside the blue circle like a whisper. Home, map. Not home, the way people name their places. Not my address. Home, map. Like the app needed to distinguish between what the GPS thought and what I had told it, and was quietly siding with itself. It felt like the digital version of someone standing under a streetlight, head tilted, saying, 10 minutes up on Maple. First floor, right? Only now, it wasn't my voice giving directions. It was all the trips I'd taken, all the times I'd opened the app just in case on my way home. All the little electronic crumbs I'd dropped without thinking, checking bus times from the same stop, tapping on the coffee shop's pin, looking up the grocery store, and then tracing my way back. You don't have to say, "I live alone on Maple," out loud if you carry a device that is constantly watching you go from point A to point B and back again, night after night. The phone had simply drawn the line for me. I stared at that faint gray label until my eyes hurt. I went into the settings again and dug deeper. Turned off significant locations, disabled frequent trips, purged history, toggled anything that sounded like it might be collecting, storing, predicting. "Are you sure?" the pop-ups ask. "This may reduce the accuracy of your suggestions. This may affect commute time estimates. This may make your experience less personal." Good, I thought, my thumb punching. Yes. Delete. Turn off. Good. Good. When I backed out of the menus and went to the main map screen again, the blue dots still sat on my building. The gray label still hovered beside it. Home. Map. Maybe it would disappear in a day. Maybe it would take a week. Maybe there was a server somewhere with a version of me built entirely out of lines and timestamps and pings, and clearing the history on my phone was like erasing a scribble on a photocopy. Lying there in the dark, the phone screen fading slowly to black in my hand, it didn't feel like an algorithm trying to be helpful. It felt like something had been quietly watching the routes I took, connecting dots between my job and my door, drawing a neat path without my permission. And now, it was holding it up for me to see, saying, "Here, this is how you move. This is where you sleep." It felt like, "Thanks for the map," whispered in a different language. Right now, as I type this, I am sitting in a different kitchen from the one I told you about at the start. Different town, different building, different view from the window. The same hour. Too late to pretend this is still last night. Too early to call it morning. The stove clock in front of me says 12:23 a.m. The light over the sink is one of those long fluorescent tubes. It buzzes softly, just enough to remind me it could go out at any second if it feels like it. The glow is harsh on paper and too kind on skin. It makes my hands look bloodless, and my eyes look more tired in the reflection on the microwave door. My laptop is on the small kitchen table, open in front of me, screen brightness turned down, because full brightness feels like standing under a spotlight. The blue-white light washes over the cheap faux wood surface, over the chipped edge of the table, over my knuckles as they move. To my left is the sink. There are a few dishes in it. Not because I was too lazy to wash them, but because part of me wanted proof that I was still living a normal life an hour ago. One bowl with dried cereal milk at the bottom. One spoon. A glass with a ring of water halfway down. The fridge is to my right. Apartment issue, white, a little too loud for the size of the room. It hums in that high, persistent way I am still getting used to. There are two magnets on the door. One from the coffee shop, a promotional thing that says, "Stay grounded," with a cartoon cup. And one my sister shoved into my hand when I moved here. A rectangle with the emergency number and poison control hotline printed on it in red. Next to the stove, the digital clock on the cheap oven shows the time in cold green numbers. 12:23. The colon between the digits flashes on, off, an endless heartbeat that doesn't belong to any living thing. Outside the small kitchen window, I can see the pale rectangle of the alley, lit by a single LED fixture. The back lot beyond it is partly hidden by the angle, but I can see the edge of one parked car and the top of another. Every so often, A bus passes on the street beyond, and its headlights smear briefly across my ceiling. The building around me makes its new, strange noises. Someone's TV through the wall, too low to understand, the faint footstep overhead, the elevator's distant mechanical sigh. They have all become part of the background track of my life here. Right now, they all feel like interference. Earlier, at the start, I told you why I began writing this email to your horror channel. This story, whatever you want to call it. I said I wasn't looking for sympathy. I said I didn't really want advice. I said I just wanted it out of my head. That is still true, but not complete. I have told this story before. That's something else I admitted in the beginning. I told the police, in their cramped little interview room that smelled like coffee and tired paper. I told a shorter, cleaner version to my parents, so they wouldn't lie awake imagining something worse. I told a version to my landlord, who only heard the parts that meant he might be liable. I even told pieces of it to a therapist once, before my sessions dried up into rescheduled appointments and awkward silences when I couldn't find a way to make "a man thanked me for my life map" sound like something covered by a worksheet. In all of those versions, there was a point where I stopped. The police got the facts they could put in boxes. Description, time, place, actions. My parents got the past tense. It happened. They came. I left. My landlord got just enough to explain why I was packing boxes and why there was fresh paint on the back of his stairwell door. Even in my own head, for a long time, the story ended with the move, the new job, and the knowledge that whoever he was had not been arrested, not identified, not neatly removed from the world. The investigation is ongoing, the officer told me, voice careful, eyes tired. He called once more, weeks later, to say they'd reviewed all the footage, talked to the other tenants, canvassed the area. No match. No license plate clean enough to read. No face that set off any alarm in their system. That was the last time I heard from them. In their version of the story, it stays open in a folder somewhere, existing as a file number and a description of suspicious person, possible attempted home invasion. It lives beside 100 other half-finished stories, each one waiting for a new piece of evidence that may never come. But my version didn't really end there. After Maple, after the stairwell, after the paint, after the move, things didn't stop. They just changed shape. The map stopped being about one man learning my street name and started being bigger. The landlord's message became part of it. His annoyed email about new locks and lease concerns. The way he treated my fear as an inconvenience with a paintable solution. The diner footage became part of it. The white SUV that had been there not just one night, but over and over in the background of my shifts. A ghost car parked at the edge of the frame, watched by no one but the camera, until I knew to look. The words on the stairwell door, "Thanks for the map," became more than just vandalism. They were the parting gift, the acknowledgement that my routines, my casual small talk, my assumption that the world was only watching when I wanted it to, had all been collected into something solid. A route, a pattern. Even after I left, the evidence of that kept turning up in places that were supposed to be neutral. The grocery receipt, with those 4 words in fading ink on a piece of trash I wasn't supposed to see. The white SUV, 2 spaces away, facing my little car in a crowded Sunday lot, just similar enough to make my stomach turn over. The notification ping from my phone at 12:23 a.m., after I had turned off every sound I could turn off. lighting up my dark bedroom to ask if I wanted to rate my usual route home from work. The little gray label beside the pulsing blue dot that said home, map, even though I had never, not once, called it that in the app. He might be long gone in his own life. Maybe he moved on to another town, another map. Maybe he has been arrested for something unrelated and is sitting in a different kind of locked room. Maybe the girl in the hoodie was his partner or his hostage or something in between, and their story kept going somewhere else. Or maybe he is still out there, a man in a denim jacket and clean fingernails standing on a different sidewalk under a different street light, head tilted, listening to some other house breathe. I am not sure. What I am sure of is this: the idea that my life could be drawn as a simple line between points, and that someone could follow that line to me without my consent, has never gone away. It has only gotten louder, because it is not just men like him anymore, standing in parking lots and watching. It is apps and cameras and delivery logs and loyalty cards. It is the 1,000 tiny digital traces I leave every day, whether I want to or not. My map used to be something I handed over one careless fact at a time. Now it is something that exists whether I speak or stay silent. I think that's why I am writing to you instead of to the police again. You deal in stories, not evidence. In possibilities, not charges. You put strange experiences in front of people who have never had to ask themselves if the hallway outside their apartment belongs to them. I know what this sounds like. I know how easy it is to roll your eyes at the idea that a phrase, a car shape, a notification sound can mean anything beyond coincidence. I know how much it sounds like someone who got scared once and never quite calmed down again. Maybe that is all this is. Me, cataloging every echo and shadow, because one of them once turned out to be a real person with real hands on my doors. But that's not the only reason I opened my laptop tonight. This is the part I left out at the beginning. I told you I was writing because I wanted it out of my head, because I was tired of being the only one holding the whole map. That's true. It is also true that I got one more message. Not from the police. Not from my landlord. Not from any account with a real name I recognized. Something else. Something that took everything I have told you so far. The stairwell, the paint, the receipt, the app, and nudged it all half an inch further into the wrong. I am only just now, at this table, under this buzzing kitchen light, working up to describing it. That is why I am telling you. Not just to vent, not just to confess, but because whatever this is has made it clear that leaving Maple did not erase the map. It just redrew the legend. And I need someone else to see it before it finishes being drawn. Right now, the cursor on my screen is doing that thing that always makes me feel like it is judging me. Blink, blink, blink. A tiny rectangular pulse at the end of the last sentence I just wrote to you, sitting there in the middle of this email window, like it knows there is more and is just waiting for me to drag it out. My fingers hover over the keys. They are not steady. All this time later, and my body still reacts faster than my brain does. My hands know the shape of fear before the rest of me will admit it. The laptop fan is a low exhale under my palms. I can feel the residual warmth from the processor soaking into the heel of my hand. The fluorescent light overhead buzzes softly, a thin high note above everything else. Behind me, the fridge hums in that too bright way it has, a constant, nervous whine that fills the small kitchen. The AC unit in the living room is doing its usual late-night cycle, air pushing through the vent with that steady, breath-like rush. Somewhere outside, a car rolls past, tires whispering over asphalt, then fading away. All of these sounds together make a kind of blanket. Not comforting, exactly, but familiar. A noisy silence that lets you forget what it was like the last time everything went quiet. I glance at the stove clock again. The green numbers still read 12:23. You start to feel like the universe is stuck when you see the same time twice in the same kind of story. I force myself to keep going. My fingers move again, letters appearing on the screen in uneven bursts. I spell out the things I have not told anyone else. I describe the stairwell, the paint, the receipt, the map app. I tell you about the notification in the middle of the night and the way home, map, floated beside my life like a label someone else had pinned on me. The more I type, the more the room pulls in around me. The walls feel closer. The hum of the fridge seems louder. The light over the sink flickers once, very quickly. A tiny stutter in the bulb that I pretend I do not see. I keep typing. My right pinky brushes the enter key and the cursor drops to a new line. Blink. Blink. I am just starting to write the sentence where I tell you that I am going to explain the last message, the one I have not described yet, when it happens. It is small at first, so small I almost miss it. The AC cuts off mid-breath, not a gentle winding down. 1 second, there is air pushing through the vent in the living room, and the next, there is nothing. The shift is so abrupt that my ears pop, the way they do in an elevator when it stops too quickly. Half a heartbeat later, the fridge stops too. Its high whine drops out of the air, like someone has pressed a button labeled mute. The faint buzz of the fluorescent fixture above me seems to fall inward, as if the frequency of it has changed, and my body cannot hear it anymore. Outside, the noise of the city, distant cars, a bus brake, a siren far away, vanishes. Everything that has been filling the space around me for the past hour empties out in less than a second. The silence that follows is not the gentle quiet of late night. It is heavy, pressurized. The kind of silence that feels less like an absence and more like the presence of something that has been waiting for its turn. My fingers freeze on the keys. The only sound left is inside my own body, my heart thudding in my chest, the soft rush of my breath through my throat. I hear a faint ringing in my ears, the way you sometimes do when you walk out of somewhere loud and suddenly, brutally, step into a soundless room. It is the same silence from Maple, the same 1 second hole in the world from the night at the diner and the night at the stairwell. Only now it has followed me here, into this different kitchen, in a different town, with a different lock on the door, a part of my mind, the part that still wants everything to be mechanical, whispers that it could be a power flicker, a glitch, system cycling. Another part remembers that last time, this exact kind of silence left enough room for a man's voice to slide through a door and say my name. I do not call out. I do not say hello, or who's there, or any of the other stupid things people say in movies. I hold my breath. In that pressed, unnatural stillness, a sound brushes the edge of it. Very small, very soft, almost nothing. It is not a knock, not this time. It sounds like paper grazing against wood, a dry, whispering drag, as if someone is sliding something thin across a flat surface, just on the other side of my hearing, or a pen moving lightly across something, desk, door, wall. Not the heavy scrawl of a marker, the lighter, precise glide of a ballpoint. Shh. A pause. Shh. The hairs along my forearms rise, as if the air itself has developed teeth. I stare at the laptop screen without seeing it. The cursor is still blinking patiently at the end of an unfinished line. My hands hover just above the keys, fingers curled, frozen in a half word. I tell myself it could be anything. A neighbor upstairs dragging a box. Someone down the hall setting down mail. The building settling. Pipes. Pipes do not sound like writing. Another tiny sound. This time it is more distinct. A soft tap. Then another. Then another. Tap. 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 Not loud. Not demanding. The kind of sound you might make if you were using the end of a pen to test the surface of something. Or if you were politely, almost playfully, letting someone know you were there, without the drama of pounding. It comes from my right, from the direction of the kitchen doorway that leads to the short hall, and beyond that, the front door of this apartment, from somewhere low, near where the wall and the frame meet. Tap, tap. The silence snaps. The AC kicks back on with a rush, as if it has been waiting for someone to cue it. Cold air surges through the vent in the living room. The fridge compressor starts with a clunk and launches back into its humming, filling the air with that familiar electrical whine. Outside, a car honks. A bus sighs. Tires swish along wet road. The sudden return of noise is so violent against the memory of the silence that it makes me flinch. If you are listening to this with headphones, this is probably the moment where all the normal sounds slam back in and make you jerk, even though nothing technically scary has happened yet. It takes a couple of seconds for my brain to catch up with my body. My shoulders are tense. My jaw aches. My eyes feel too wide. My skin is buzzing with adrenaline, that chemical rush that tells you you're either about to run or about to do something you will regret. Nothing is moving in my line of sight. The magnet on the fridge is still. The dish in the sink has not vibrated. The little digital numbers on the stove clock keep ticking away, 12:23 turning to 12:24 without any fanfare. I force myself to breathe again. In old buildings, I whisper to myself, because hearing the words out loud makes them feel more real. The pipes make noises. Neighbors drop things. The AC cycles. This is not Maple. This is not that stairwell. You are alone in this room. There is nothing. The word nothing sticks in my throat. The part of me that still wants to be rational starts arranging explanations like paper shields. Maybe someone in the next unit knocked something down in their kitchen. Maybe a piece of mail slid off someone's counter into the hall. Maybe one of the magnets on my fridge clicked against the metal. I could get up right now, walk those few steps to the doorway, lean out, and see nothing but an empty hallway and a closed front door with its deadbolt turned and its chain in place. That is what the reasonable adult version of me would do. The problem is, I have been reasonable and adult before. I opened doors when someone asked to use a phone in my mind, even if I did not in real life. I let a man ask me about where I lived and what my schedule was, and told myself it was just flirting. I rode off a white SUV, sitting in the shadows of a lot, as someone taking a nap. I told myself I was overreacting when the stairwell door felt thinner than it should. I told myself, I type now, fingers stiff, that I would not get up. I told myself I would finish this email first, like I finished that shift before. Like I wiped down tables and stacked menus and smiled at customers while a car sat at the edge of the lot. The cursor blinks at the end of the sentence. I stare at it. Tap. The sound is almost playful this time. A light, precise touch. Like a teacher tapping a map with a pointer to draw your attention to one specific point. The rational voice in my head says, "Do not reward this. Stay put. Hit send. Close the laptop. Call someone." I would like to tell you that I listen to that voice. I would like to tell you that I keep my hands on the keyboard, that I stare the fear down, that I refuse to walk toward the sound just because something in the silence has decided to ask. Instead, I feel my right hand slide off the keys, very slowly, as if it belongs to someone else. It drifts toward the edge of the laptop, toward the side of the table closest to the dark rectangle of the kitchen doorway. My left follows, fingers curling around the edge of the chair. I sit there for one more heartbeat, lungs tight, listening to the hum return to my life, and know with the same sick certainty I had in that maple hallway that whatever comes next was probably always going to happen as soon as I started writing this down. I wish I could tell you I stayed in the chair. I wish I could say I let the sounds come back, finish this email, hit send, and only then went to look. I did not. My right hand was already on the edge of the table. My left was already curling under the chair, pushing me up before the rest of me had fully decided to move. The laptop screen stayed open, the cursor blinking in the middle of a half-finished sentence. The glow lit the front of my hoodie and turned my hands into pale, grainy shapes. I grabbed my phone. That is new, since Maple. Back then, when the first knocks came, I went to the door empty-handed, carrying nothing but my name and a useless sense that I was in my own space. Now, the first thing I do is reach for a camera without even thinking about it. My thumb found the side button and woke the screen. Battery at 42%. Time now, 12:24 a.m. The notification about rating my usual route had been cleared earlier. Only my email sat open in the background. I flipped to the camera, not because I thought I would catch a face, but because some part of me wanted proof that if there was nothing there, it was not just my word against my memory again. The fluorescent light over the sink hummed back to its normal volume as I stood. My chair scraped softly against the laminate floor, a small, embarrassed sound. The AC pushed air through the vent in the living room, carrying a faint smell of dust and whatever my downstairs neighbor was cooking. I stepped away from the table. The kitchen doorway is only a few feet from the front hall. It is not a big apartment. The distance between where I sit and where I unlock the deadbolt is the length of 3 careful breaths. The hall light was off. I did not flip it on. Instead, the glow from the kitchen spilled into the short hallway in a narrow yellowish strip, leaving the ceiling and the far corners in shadow. My own shadow stretched ahead of me, long and thin. My head distorted on the wall by the angle of the light. It looked wrong, like someone taller was already standing there. The floor under my bare feet made a faint, sticky sound with each step, the way old laminate does when the planks are not perfectly flat. A single board near the threshold creaked with that high, complaining note I already knew it made. I had heard it 100 times when I came home with grocery bags. It sounded different now. Too loud. Too much like a voice clearing its throat. I held the phone in my right hand. Camera app open. The blank rectangle of the hall ahead framed on the screen. The little red dot in the corner told me I had hit record at some point. Though I did not remember pressing anything, I moved slow. I told myself I was going to check the kitchen doorway first. Just lean out, look right and left. See the front door exactly where I had left it. Locked, untouched, chain across. Maybe a draft had moved something taped up already. Maybe the sound had been a flyer slipped under someone else's door. I reached the edge of the doorway and stopped. From here, I could see the front door in profile. The dark outline of the metal handle, the chain glinting faintly in the spill of fluorescent light. The row of 3 hooks on the wall beside it, holding my coat and the reusable grocery bag I never remembered to take with me. My shadow shifted as I leaned. The hall light switch sat on the wall to my left. The plastic cover was slightly loose, with a hairline crack at the bottom from some previous tenant's rough hand. I raised my elbow and flicked it. The hallway lit up in an instant. Not warm. The bulbs here were a colder white than the kitchen, closer to the color of the lights in the lobby downstairs. It flattened everything, made the chipped paint and scuffed trim look even more tired. My own reflection flashed briefly in the little square of glass set into the peephole. Eyes too wide, hair pulled back in a messy knot, mouth half open. Then I saw it. At first, I thought it was just the way the light hit the door. A darker rectangle at about chest height on the inside surface, a little patch of shadow that had not been there before. I took one more step. It came into focus. A small piece of white paper, maybe 2 inches by 3, a rectangle cut cleanly from something larger. It was taped to the inside of my front door, just above the handle, right where your hand would naturally fall when you reached out to unlock it. The tape was clear. One strip along the top edge, pressed flat and neat. No corners curling, no wrinkles. In the hall light, the tape caught a thin line of reflection, a narrow, glossy smile above the paper. On the paper itself, in the center, 3 words had been written in black ink. Nice new map. The letters were neat, all caps, no flourishes. Each stroke even and steady, as if the hand holding the pen had not shaken at all. It was not the exact same phrase as the one on the stairwell door, but it did not need to be. The style was close enough to make my stomach lurch. The same tidy spacing, the same confident way the vertical line sat dead straight, the same slight curve at the end of the M where the pen lifted. My body reacted all at once. My legs went hollow, as if the bones had been replaced with water. My knees did not buckle, but they thought about it. My left hand, the one not holding the phone, instinctively reached for the wall, fingers splaying out to catch myself. My heart surged so hard, my vision tightened for a second around the edges. The blood in my ears roared louder than the fridge, louder than the AC, louder than the hallway light buzzing overhead. I did not hear any footsteps. That is the worst part, in case you are wondering. I did not hear anyone walking away down the hall before I turned on the light. I did not hear the soft click of the elevator doors. I did not hear the stairwell door at the end of the corridor open or close. I did not hear the tape being smoothed onto the wood. I heard a particular silence. I heard a faint scratch. I heard 3 tiny taps. And then, when the sound came back, when the machines resumed their hum, and the city outside remembered to breathe, the note was just there, waiting on the inside of my door like it had always belonged there. Nice new map. My phone was still filming. This time, at least, I will not have to explain what was written to anyone who doubts the way ink sits on paint. I stood there for a long moment, my breath jerking unevenly. the phone shaking just enough to make the image in the frame shimmer. The tape holding the paper did not move. The paper did not flutter. The words did not smudge. He had not needed to listen to me say the name of this street. He had not needed to stand under a light outside the diner and memorize my car. He had found the new building, the new buzzer, the new hallway. He had found the way I moved without ever standing in the parking lot to watch. Nice new map. Eventually, the instinct to move took over. I did not rip the note down. Not yet. I think part of me wanted to leave it exactly as it was, in case the police ever come, and I have to point to something that is not just the inside of my head. I stepped backward, one foot, then the other, until I was at the edge of the kitchen again. The hall light washed the doorway in that cold, flat glow. The note stayed in my peripheral vision like a stain. I went back to the table. The laptop was still there, waiting, the email window open, the blank space at the bottom inviting and terrible. I sat down. The chair creaked, a small surrender. I did not call the police first. I know how that sounds. I know what they would say. Why did you not dial immediately? Why not hit the panic button? Why not run to the lobby, to the neighbors, to the street? I will. After this. Right now, I needed to finish the thing I started. The same sick logic I used at the diner. Finish closing, finish counting the drawer, finish wiping the counter, even though there is a car at the edge of the lot that does not leave, pulled me back to the keyboard. If this really is my map, then this email is the legend. The part where I explain the symbols before the whole thing gets folded up and filed away. So I am telling you this directly. If you have listened this far, if you have let my voice, or whatever voice is reading this to you, sit in your kitchen, or your car, or your bedroom in the dark, I want you to think about something while your own fridge hums and your own heater clicks. Think about all the times you have casually told someone where you live, the cross street you always mention, the way you describe your building, the little jokes about, I practically live at that diner, or I am always at that gym, or I drive this route every night, eyes closed. Think about the apps on your phone that know more about your patterns than you do. The rideshare trips, the food deliveries, the favorites and home pins, the places you tag in photos without thinking, the streets you walk so often your feet could draw them without your help. If you have ever overshared with a stranger, or an almost stranger, or the internet about where you sleep and how you get there, then there is already a map of your life somewhere that is not just in your head. Maybe most of the people who see it will never care enough to follow it. It only takes one who does. Here is the part where I am supposed to reassure you, tell you to be careful, to lock your doors, to trust your instincts, to remember this is probably just a story. I am not going to do that. Because right now, as I type this last paragraph, the building is humming again. The fridge, the AC, the pipes. Somewhere upstairs, someone turns on a faucet. Outside, a bus sighs at the corner. Life makes its noise. And I know, in the muscles of my neck and the back of my skull, that at some point soon, tonight, tomorrow, a week from now, it will all cut out again for one stretched, unnatural second. It always does. So when you finish listening to this, and you go back to whatever you were doing in your own kitchen, your own living room, your own car in a parking lot, pay attention to that second. The one where the hum stops. The one where the heater takes a breath. The one where the highway outside seems to press pause for no good reason. In that 1 second of silence, between the sounds your house makes for you, listen carefully. If you hear the tiniest scratch near your front door, it is probably nothing. Or it is someone tracing a new line on a map you already helped them draw.